Good afternoon and welcome to today's proceedings of the Senate, this being the 9th day of October 2019. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. The broadcast is available on Senate TV as well as YouTube and KBC Channel 1. This afternoon, there will be a number of petitions which will be presented in the Senate. One is by the Speaker of the Senate, and two petitions will be presented by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Another two petitions will be presented to the Senate by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industrialization. The petition to the Senate by Mr. Edward Mwangi on behalf of suppliers of the National Youth Service concerning unpaid pending bills will be presented by the Speaker of the Senate. The report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate by residents of Kajiado County concerning delayed salaries and non-remittance of statutory deductions for employees at the Nol-Turesh Loitoktok Water and Sanitation Company Limited, and the report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate concerning non-recruitment of locals by flower farms, institutions, and other companies operating in Kaputei North Ward, Kajiado County, will be presented to the Senate by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. The report of the Standing Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industrialization on a petition to the Senate by Mr. Vincent Ombaka, a resident of Nairobi City County, concerning the disruption of local trade by government action and sanctions, and the report of the Standing Committee on Tourism and Trade and Industrialization on a petition to the Senate by Mr. Kevin Ndoho Masharia, a resident of Kajiado County, concerning the review of laws relating to business premises, will be presented to the Senate by the chairperson of that committee, that is the Standing Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industrialization. There are a number of papers as well which will be laid on the table of the Senate. One, the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Catering Fund Regulations of 2019, and that paper will be laid on the table of the Senate by the Senate Majority Leader. The other one is the report of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investment on the inquiry into the financial operations of Baringo, Busia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Kajiado, Kericho, Kilifi, Kirinyaga, Kisii, Kwale, Lamu, Makueni, Marsabit, Meru, Nakuru, Narok, Nyamira, Uasin Gishu, Vihiga, and West Pokot counties for the financial year 2014-2015. That is 1st July 2014 to 30th June 2015. The report of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investment on the inquiry into the financial operations of Nandi, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Laikipia, Machakos, West Pokot, Tharaka Nithi, Siaya, Embu, and Nairobi City County Executives for financial year 2013-2014. Those papers will be laid on the table of the Senate by the Chairperson Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments. As well, there will be two notices of motions as well as three statements. One, pursuant to Standing Order 52 subsection 1, the Senate Majority Leader will issue a statement on the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, 15th October 2019. And pursuant to Standing Order 47 subsection 1, the Senator for Kakamega County, Senator Cleophas Malala, will make a statement on the rampant closure of businesses and laying off of employees in the country. And pursuant to Standing Order 48 subsection 1, the Senator for Machakos County, Senator Boniface Kabaka, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the impending eviction of a section of residents of Mavoko, Machakos County from their land by the East Africa Portland Cement Company. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019 will be read for the first time this afternoon. This bill is from the National Assembly. And thereafter, the Committee of the Whole House will be considering some proposed amendments to the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bills number 31 of 2018. If you're just joining us, these are live pictures from the Senate chambers where business is about to begin. Some of the senators have already taken their seats, and the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, is walking into the chambers. I will hand you over so that you can follow the proceedings courtesy of PBU and KBC. My name is Edward Kabasa. Good afternoon.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tukusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki, uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order. Order members, I have a brief communication to make concerning students and university students from Nyakach sub-county in Kisumu County. They are with us in the gallery, public gallery. We are welcoming them to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. On behalf of the Senate, feel welcome. I think the Senator for Kisumu is on the way. Very well, next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Order, Senators. I have a message from the National Assembly relating to the decision of the National Assembly on the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnerships Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2017. Honorable Senators, I wish to bring to your attention that a message has been received from the National Assembly pursuant to Standing Order 41.3 regarding their decision on the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnerships Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2017. Pursuant to the standing order, the said standing order, I now report the message, quote, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41 and 149 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Senate amendments to the Public-Private Partnerships Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2017, were forwarded to the National Assembly for consideration on 5th of March 2019, and whereas by a resolution made on Wednesday, 31st July 2019, the National Assembly negatived the motion to consider the said amendments from the Senate. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution and Standing Order 149 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate and seek the appointment of 5 senators to the Mediation Committee in respect of the said bill. Honorable Senators, Article 112 1B of the Constitution provides that if one House passes an ordinary bill concerning counties and the second House passes the bill in an amended form, it shall be referred back to the originating House for reconsideration. Further, Article 112 2B provides that if after the originating House has reconsidered a bill referred back to it under Clause 1B, that House reject the bill as amended, the bill shall be referred to a mediation committee under Article 113. I wish to inform the House that the Senate has received communication that the Speaker of the National Assembly has nominated the following members to represent the Assembly in the Mediation Committee that will attempt to develop a version of the said bill that both Houses will pass. 1, the Honorable Joseph Kirui Limo, Member of Parliament. The Honorable George Gitonga Murugara, Member of Parliament. The Honorable David Mwalika Mboni, Member of Parliament. The Honorable Peter Kaluma, Member of Parliament, and the Honorable Edith Nyenze, Member of Parliament. Honorable Senators, the Speaker of the Senate is in the process of nominating members to represent the Senate in the Mediation Committee pursuant to Article 113(1) of the Constitution. Thank you. Very well. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Order, Senators. Honorable Senators, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the clerk by Mr. Edward Mwangi, a citizen of the Republic of Kenya, on behalf of suppliers of the National Youth Service. As you are aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation, end of quote. Honorable Senators, the salient issues raised in the said petition are as follows. 1, that the National Youth Service, NYS, engaged a number of contractors and suppliers who carried their work diligently, especially during the Presidential Directive on Restructuring and Rebranding of the National Youth Service. 2, that from 2013 to June 2018, suppliers and contractors supplied goods and services to NYS, with the majority having not been paid to date. The majority have not been paid to date. 3, that at the end of every financial year since 2013, there has been a promise to pay contractors and suppliers, but the promise has not been honored to date. 4, that in the financial year ending 30th June 2019, the President gave a directive to pay all pending bills, but during the last week of June 2019, a list of service providers was released by the NYS, but most of the genuine suppliers and contractors were not among the firms to be paid. And 5, that NYS suppliers and contractors have experienced grievous economic distress as a result of loss of hard-earned wealth and properties to auctioneers due to loans, death, medical conditions associated with stress, family breakups, and shattered irreparable livelihoods. The petitioners therefore pray that the Senate investigates the matter with a view to ascertain genuine pending bills and claims for verifiable works and services rendered, and recommend that payments be made without further delay so as to ease the unbearable economic distress to the suppliers and contractors. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 231, I shall now allow comments, observations, or clarifications in relation to this petition. Thank you. Distinguished Senator for Kericho County, Senator Cheruyot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very sad issue. As a young person and also as a person who's been involved in business, I understand the pain that the petitioners are going through. And Mr. Speaker, it's really unfortunate that it has to come to this, that as a citizen, after doing business with your own government, you have to resort to all sort of manner and tricks in the book just trying to get paid for what is justifiably yours. I have never understood, Mr. Speaker, why it is a struggle for genuine contractors and genuine suppliers, people who do honest business with government, to get paid. It is no longer a secret, Mr. Speaker, that today in this country, as things are, if you want to be bankrupt, if you want to go down as a business person, then try doing business with either county governments or national government. You do recall, Mr. Speaker, that at the beginning of this term, a similar petition came to us by way of people who had supplied goods and services to various county governments, and then Controller of Budget, Mrs. Agnes Adhiambo, presented to this House a figure of 99 billion Kenya shillings as being the amount of money that counties owe the various different suppliers. And many of these are just young people trying to eke out a living, but their only crime that they have committed is because they are not well connected within the circles of government. They don't have a big shot who can pick up a phone call and ask the director of procurement or the director of accounting services to pay them. I want to request, Mr. Speaker, that I know normally the time that it takes this House to handle a petition is 60 days. But most of our committees actually do wait until the 60th day is when they hurry to bring a resolution of the committee to this House. This is such a serious issue. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that many of my colleagues, including those who are members of the committee, had some of the tribulations that these suppliers have gone through, that some have even had breakup of their marriages and families because of these challenges. And you'd understand, because if you borrow, say, money from your spouse or from a brother or a sister to trade and do business with government, then you are not paid. How do you pay back the debt? Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to humbly request that the committee that will handle this petition tries to expeditiously resolve this issue, perhaps within 30 days maximum, so that these suppliers can be told what is the way forward. Even as we fight, for example, Mr. Speaker, you know, just as a final point, I know this is an issue that will generate interest for my colleagues. As we try to do this thing that we are calling war on corruption and these kind of things, we must not hurt genuine business people. Many of the directives that are being issued by people who are sitting in well air-conditioned offices here in Nairobi are affecting genuine business people. You've seen the demonstrations that are happening in Mombasa. What happens to an individual who has a loan from, say, some of these companies where they've taken to buy trucks? Then a cabinet secretary sits in an office and eats mandazi and declares.
Conclude, Senator Cheruiyot. Conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I've taken long, but I'm saying as people make these directives, let them remember that Kenyans continue to hurt. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support the petitioners.
Thank you very much. We have limited time, and the level of interest is humongous. It's huge. If you are lucky to catch the Speaker's eye, just say that one thing that has not been said, and therefore a maximum of 3 minutes. Distinguished Senator for Bungoma County, Senator Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Public Finance Management Act is very clear. You cannot, as a public entity, procure for goods or services unless you have a budget for it and money in your account for it. So, Mr. Speaker, when we are told that people have supplied goods and services to government entities and are not paid, it is against an existing law. It's against government circulars. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask this Jubilee government. The president himself pronounced not once, not twice, that all government departments must clear pending bills to Kenyans within 1 month. This is more than 4 months ago. What has happened? What is the value of the word and the order and direction of the President of the Republic of Kenya to this Jubilee government? Mr. Speaker, all over the world, as Senator Cheruiyot has said, the biggest enterprise to do business with is government. Wananchi in every country strive to do business with government because government collects their taxes and can do business with them and pay them. It's only in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, where in NYS, for example, a hairdresser can go and collect millions of shillings in gunny bags from the bank and from the accounts of NYS.
How is she supposed to collect?
Mr. Speaker, because she's the hairdresser of the minister of the time, but the small man, the young woman on the streets who is supplying envelopes, flowers, paper, milk, and small things, groceries, are never paid. Mr. Speaker, the committee that you are going to refer this matter to.
What is it, Senator Kenya? Old Senator Wetangula's time. I think he has 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I am shocked that the Senator is trying to insinuate that the hairdressers are not important people in this society, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Kenya. I think, on the contrary, I understood Senator Wetangula to say that hairdressers are important, but they should not collect money in gunny bags involving public funds. There are ways of accessing money for bona fide contractors. I think that's the point he was making.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, and this particular fraudster happened to be a hairdresser. I never said hairdressers are fraudsters. It's a fraudster who was a hairdresser.
Proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, the committee that you are going to give
What is it, Senator for Kirinyaga?
Mr. Speaker, it is wrong to come here and cast some adjectives upon somebody being referred as a hairdresser. This House should sympathize with a simple girl who has been trying to survive through hairdressing or whatever. The question that we should be concerned with is public resources to the magnitude we were reading was somehow put in the hands of this poor
So
woman.
what is out of order?
Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say,
What is your problem, the hairdressing profession?
No.
Should
I have
not have been
problem.
mentioned. Is
I have
that-
not
is that-
problem. It is
yes.
an honor. It
Yes.
is an honorable profession.
Yes.
The problem is somebody describing the young girl derogatory that he corrected by gunny bags, which is not correct. Gunny bags, my friend, is because for her, her imagination was that she can only collect big money in the gunny bag.
Order, Senator for Kirinyaga. I actually don't see anything out of order.
Mr. Speaker, as I end, I want to remind my distinguished colleague, the Tycoon of Nyeri, that Chinua Achebe said, when bonds are mentioned in a proverb, all the people feel fidgety and uncomfortable. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by urging that suppliers to government must be paid, and the committee you are referring this matter to must expedite and report back in less than 60 days.
Thank you. No more point of orders on that one. In fact, Senator Wetangula has been kind enough not to quote Chinua Achebe verbatim. Because if he quoted verbatim, Achebe was writing in an era which was less tolerant as the current era. So I will not allow points of order on that one. We'll move to the next speaker, whom I'll give a maximum of 3 minutes, and that is the distinguished senator for Embu County, Senator Peter Njero Ndwiga.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the matter at hand is very, very, very serious. I do know, Mr. Speaker, that most of us, wherever we come from, but I want to talk about where I come from, in Embu. There's a major problem of scarcity major problem of liquidity. Kenyans have no money, Mr. Speaker. And one of the reasons why we have a problem of liquidity wherever we come from is because contractors and people who supply are never paid on time and sometimes never even paid. Mr. Speaker, as we are talking, we have very many contractors out in this republic who are suffering because auctioneers have landed on them. They are unable to pay. Bank loans, they are unable to even survive, even continue doing whatever it is they do for a living. Mr. Speaker, it is very serious. This matter is not only a matter for the central government, not a matter of national youth service. Mr. Speaker, even our own counties are impoverishing our people when they do not pay contractors on time. And therefore, people have had to go through financial hardships. Mr. Speaker, I support this petition and also urge the committee which will get this petition to expedite this matter, which is a matter that's of national importance and a matter that indeed affects all corners of this republic.
Thank you, Senator Ndwiga. Order, senators, we have another set of visitors, students and teachers of Ainsworth Primary School from Nairobi County. I welcome them to the Senate on behalf of all of us. Thank you. Very well. The distinguished senator for Mombasa County, Senator Faki Mohamed.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa kuchangia malalamiko yaliyoletwa na Mkenya ambaye ni mzalendo kamili. Mheshimiwa Spika, malipo ya NYS ni donda sugu katika uchumi wetu kwa vile wengi ambao walipata kazi za NYS mpaka sasa hawajalipwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo hilo pia linaathiri pakubwa kaunti zote katika nchi yetu ya Kenya kwa sababu wengi wale wanaofanya kazi za kisawasawa, wale ambao hawafanyi miradi gushi wanachelewa kulipwa, wale wanafanya miradi gushi wanalipwa mapema. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia kila Jumanne na Jumatatu gazeti la Daily Nation utapata matangazo mengi kabisa, karibu kurasa 10 za matangazo ya watu mali zao zinauzwa kwa sababu ya mikopo ambayo amechukua kufanya biashara na serikali za kaunti na pia serikali kuu. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ipo haja ya kupambana na swala hili kwa dharura kwa sababu
Order Senator Mohamed Faki, would you want to be informed by the Senator for Kakamega?
Yes, he may inform me.
Yes, Senator Malala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform Senator Faki and the House in general that there was some allegations that we had some suppliers at NYS who are supplying biro pens at 2,000 shillings. If these are the suppliers we are trying to defend here, Mr. Speaker, then we should relook
Order,
into this
Senator
petition.
Malala. Order, Senator Malala. What is it, Senator Cheruiyot?
It is, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's in order for the Senator of Kakamega to insinuate improper motive on the conduct of colleagues. Of course, all the honorable senators who have spoken to this matter are very clear in their head that these are genuine Kenyans who transacted business.
Absolutely.
In fact, if there is a person that we need to check on the people they defend, then it is the friends of people like Rai in this house, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator. Order, Senator Cheruiyot. You are committing the same sin that you are accusing the Senator for Kakamega of committing, namely imputing improper motives on other senators. Let that matter lie there. Senator Faki, you have 1 more minute to conclude your remarks, observations.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri ile hoja ya nidhamu ya Senator Malala ama hoja ya habari ya Senator Malala ilikuwa si hoja ya kisawasawa. Ilikuwa ni
What is it, Senator Pogisho?
Speaker, thank you. Is it really in order, Mr. Speaker, for citizens who cannot defend themselves in this House to be named in the House and for the chair not to notice the weight of it? Mr. Speaker, for names that have been named here, can they surely not be withdrawn and allow Kenyans to...
What names, Senator Pogisho?
Like Rai. I mean, why would you name anybody here who cannot defend themselves?
Order. That's why I called Senator Cheruiyot to order. And I think that matter lies there. And it's important, Senator Cheruiyot, it's important to appreciate the kind of respect and dignity that Kenyans have in this House. Therefore, the floor of this House cannot be the basis of besmirching any Kenyan unless and until you have evidence to confirm or to prove that they have done certain things that are not proper. So let that matter lie there. But I note with concern and with support and agreement what the Senator for West Pokot has said. Very well, Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa kusema kweli Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba hata wakulima ambao wanapeleka mazao yao kwa mashirika ya serikali imekuwa ni vigumu kuweza kulipwa kwa sababu sheria kidogo ina kizungumkuti kwamba wasiweze kulipwa kwa muda unaofaa. Jana tulikuwa tunazungumzia masuala ya majani chai hapa na tukapata kwamba wengi wa wakulima wa majani chai wanapata shida kukidhi haja zao kwa sababu ya kucheleweshwa kwa malipo yao. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, swala hili ni muhimu na ningependa kujiunga na wazangu kusema kwamba ile kamati husika ambayo itachunguza malalamiko haya ya mzalendo huyu inafaa ije na mikakati ya kisawasawa kuonesha kwamba wanakemea swala hili na vile vile itoe mwongozo ni muda gani ambao sheria inaweza kusaidia kuweza kulipa kwa wakati. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you. We are constrained by time. Senator for Isiolo. Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to support this petition because, Mr. Speaker, I think as a country we are really letting down businessmen and businesswomen because this is the right of the citizens. They have supplied or they have been able to provide service wherever they were required to deliver services. But unfortunately, the rate at which we are actually delaying payment of Kenyans, their dues, is unbelievable. Because we need to see how we can be able to solve this problem as a country, because it has appeared through this to this Senate severally. Mr. Speaker, it's not only NYS, even in the counties, contractors are drained. Contractors have supplied and they have given services to most of the counties. Up to now, they have not been paid. And this is really going to affect the counties the same as our national economy. Mr. Speaker, I think maybe we need to come up with the legislation of how pending bills should be cleared or how pending bills are handled in this country. Because you can imagine some counties or even some national governments cooking figures of pending bills without actually looking at where the services, whether the services are delivered or not. In that way, the country is losing a lot of money. So I hope the committee that is going to be delegated this particular petition, they should be able to critically look at the pending bills in this country vis-a-vis also the national government. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for being brief. Distinguished Senator for Kitui County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I also stand in support of that petition. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention and the attention of this House that sometimes early this year, I brought a petition from business people and contractors from Kitui County on pending bills. Mr. Speaker, you were seated on the chair and you gave very clear instructions and guidelines to the Standing Committee on Finance that this matter be handled and a report be tabled in this House within actually 14 days, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that when the President of the Republic of Kenya pronounced himself on the issue of pending bills and said that within 1 month, all the pending bills must be cleared. And to date, those bills have not been cleared. The Senator from Bungoma has asked a very legitimate question. What is the worth of the word of the President on a matter like this? Mr. Speaker, if the President of the Republic of Kenya cannot give instructions on the payment of pending bills, if the Senate of the Republic of Kenya cannot give directions on payment for pending bills, then where will Kenyans go for redress? Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter, and I hope that through this petition, this Senate will today pronounce itself properly and clearly, Mr. Speaker, so that these bills are paid and we stop the suffering of our people. Every county in this country has millions of shillings running into pending bills. And that is money that contractors have put in projects that governors are showcasing as success stories, and yet the people who undertook the projects have not been paid their monies. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Distinguished Senator for Nyeri County, Senator Maina Krinyaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this petition. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, this matter is a very serious matter. As we speak here, there is a statement being talked about that there is no money. Most more traders, they say there is no money circulating within the country. And Mr. Speaker, it's because government is a big employer anywhere, is the biggest employer. And when government is not paying people, call it NYS, call it any other department. When the county governments are not paying people, Mr. Speaker, it stifles the economy, it creates poverty, it creates unemployment. And this is what is happening all over. Because when people are paid the money, they don't put it in their pocket. They go and they do things that go ahead into building the economy. It's a very, very serious matter. And I believe that is what prompted the President to issue the directive he issued. However, whatever happened, it looks the directive did not take effect as the President wished. And Mr. Speaker, unless this matter is looked, today, I think the county governments are owing people over 120 billion today. And it has been going on for years. And they pay the selected few who obviously share the money with them, and the money never reaches wananchi. They don't want to pay the ordinary people who gave services. Same even with the national government. Payment is done selectively, not just in iOS, many places. And this has led many companies towards bankruptcy. Mr. Speaker, unless this matter is addressed, it's a serious matter, and I ask the committee that will handle it to actually get the government to wake up and realize they are creating a most dangerous situation. Thank you.
Order, Senators. Those who have not had a chance to comment will comment on the businesses that we have later. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 232-1, the petition should be committed to the relevant standing committee for its consideration. In this case, I direct that the petition be committed to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. In terms of Standing Order 232-2, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading this prayer, which is today, to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. Thank you. Very well, we have a number of reports on petitions, and I really want us to expedite. What is it, Senator Abshiro?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the Speaker not to give a chance to...
Order. Sit down, Senator Abshiro. Order. Order, Senator Abshiro. There is nothing to finish, so order. Order, members, we have a number of reports. The first one is the report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the petition of residents of Kajiado County. Chairperson, Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. There are actually two reports, Kajiado, and another one from still on Kajiado, but on non-recruitment of locals in flower farms. Proceed, Senator Milgo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 9th October 2019. One, the report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate by residents of Kajiado County concerning delayed salaries and non-remittance of statutory deductions for employees at the Noel Duresh Loitoktok Water and Sanitation Company Limited. And two, report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate concerning non-recruitment of locals by flower farms, institutions, and other companies operating in Kapute, Northward.
Order, Senator Milgo, you are supposed to lay one report at a time. So can you start again? Start with the number 2.
Okay, thank you.
Delayed salaries and non-remittance of statutory deductions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 9 October 2019. A report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate concerning non-recruitment of locals by flower farms.
Order, Senator Milgo. You appear to have just received these documents and ambushed. You are supposed to lay each report one by one. And since we have up to 30 minutes on each petition, you can even make 1 or 2 comments about what the report is about, but one by one. So start with the one in number 2, which is about salaries, delayed salaries and non-remittance of statutory deductions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 9 October 2019. Report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate by residents of Kajiado County concerning delayed salaries and non-remittance of statutory deductions for employees at the Nolduresh Loitoktok Water and Sanitation Company Limited.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in line with that particular issue, Nolduresh is a company that is located in Kajiado County. This petition, Mr. Speaker, sir, was brought to the Senate by nominated senator from Kajiado County, Senator Mary Senator, and this petition was directed to be dealt with by the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee engaged petitioners of the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, the Water Service Regulatory Board, that is WASREP, and the Nolduresh Company, and noted that the company had not paid its workers for 8 months, and neither had it remitted the statutory deductions. The company had also dismissed its workers without following procedure. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee then directed the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Water and Sanitation to arbitrate on the matter between the management of the company and the workers. The committee, Mr. Speaker, also directed that the company should readmit the dismissed workers and to respect the collective bargaining agreement between the company and its workers. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the last sitting with the stakeholders, the committee learned that the company has entered an agreement with Kenya Revenue Authority, the National Hospital Insurance Fund, the National Social Security Fund to pay the employees' statutory deduction arrears in staggered agreement. Mr. Speaker, sir, the company and the employees, and under the supervision of the ministry and WASREP, are also currently in discussions of the return to work formula and payment of the 8-month salary arrears. The committee is committed to, in the follow-up of the matter to its logical conclusion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much. Other senators, we have also another set of visitors in the public gallery. These are students and teachers of Kerugoya Municipality Primary School in Kerugoya County, and they are welcome to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you. Proceed, Senator Dr. Milgo.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I also join you in welcoming the students to the Senate just before I lay this paper. And I wish to inform the students that this is an upper house of parliament, an house that normally does bills that concerns counties, and particularly deals with issues of education. And we are advising you to be very disciplined students so that come the future, when we go and retire, you will also come to the Senate. You can see the Senate comprises both men and women. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to also lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 9 October 2019, a report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on the petition to the Senate concerning non-remittance of non-recruitment of locals by farms, institutions, and other companies operating in Kapute, Narok Ward, Kajiado County.
Thank you very much, Senator Milgo. Next.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just mention a few points concerning this. Mr. Speaker, sir, The petition concerning non-recruitment of locals by flower farms, institutions, and other companies operating in Kapute North Ward, Kajiado County, was presented to the Senate on 18 July 2018 by Senator Mary Senator, nominated senator from Kajiado County. The Speaker of the Senate then directed the petition to be dealt by the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee observed the following. There is a lot of pressure for employment within the ward. 2, that there are no incentives to private institutions to hire locally from within the locality of the institution, since these institutions operate on profit and merit. 3rd, that there seems to be laxity on complicity by both levels of government over monitoring of factories and institutions. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee has written to the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, directing the ministry to conduct inspection visits in Kapute North Ward on the welfare of employees, including the safety regulations of workmen, compensations, freedom to
Order members, consult in low tones.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for saving me from that. Freedom to be unionized and wages and salaries.
Order, Senator Milgo. There is no noise in the chamber.
Okay, thank you.
We have consultations.
Oh, but in loud voices.
They were allowed. The consultations were allowed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. In response to the prayers, the committee recommended that county governments, when attracting investments, should aim to get the best deals for their residents in terms of employment, putting up social amenities like schools and hospitals, capacity building in technical areas, rehabilitation of the environment, and infrastructural projects. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, unemployment, especially among the youth, is a problem that faces the country as a whole, and therefore, the committee is undertaking the following. 1, engaging county governments during its county visits to ensure that counties get the best deal, including social corporate responsibility on issues of employment opportunities and environmental rehabilitation for their residents from potential investors. And 2, dealing with the problem of youth employment wholesomely by engaging the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, under which the National Employment Authority falls, to work hand in hand with Huduma centers and ensure that there is a database of youth seeking jobs in every center through which the institutions can use to source for work. With that, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 232, I beg to then table the report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare for the 2 reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Dr. Milgo. Other senators, I direct the whips to keep a tab on attendance because we have a number of divisions which we'll carry out as soon as we have adequate numbers to carry out the division. That is order number 9, 10, 11, and so forth and so on. So whips, majority and minority whips, and the party leaders to keep a tab on attendance. Once we have adequate numbers, we will move to carry out the divisions. Thank you. Chairperson of Trade and Industrialization Committee, Senator Kibiro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for starters, Mr. Speaker, if you allow, I need to welcome the teachers and students of Kerugoya Municipality School. And you are welcome. This is your senator, and this is the work that you and the other Kirinyagan's sent me to do. So feel welcome, and we see you later. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate. The first one, Mr. Speaker, is a report of the Standing Committee on Tourism.
Order, members. Order, senators. Proceed, Senator Kibiro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first one is report on the Standing Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industrialization on a petition to the Senate by Mr. Vincent Obaka, a resident of Nairobi City County, concerning the disruption of local trade by government action and sanctions.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, the citizen or Mr. Vincent Obaka did bring a petition regarding the importation of sugars and the disruption of the local trade when it comes to sugar business. Mr. Speaker, the committee did call a number of stakeholders, including the National Treasury, Ministry of Agriculture, Alpha, and others. And we made some observations and made some recommendations, Mr. Speaker. One observation is that the government did publish a number of gazette notices in sequence during that period. There are 3 gazette notices that were established there then, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the industrial sugar was imported during that period, and according to the regulations, industrial sugar is not classified as an emergency food, but it was allowed on duty-free, and it did affect a number of industries that deals with imported sugar. The other one is, Mr. Speaker, what came out, because we called even the multi-agencies, is that there are a lot of delays in clearance for standardization and verified the cargo on the Mombasa port and the inland container depot, Mr. Speaker. We talked to KEBS, we talked to KPA, we'll talk to Kenya Revenue Authorities, Mr. Speaker, and we emphasize the need of them to expedite, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, an observation is that the duty-free sugar was cheaper than locally produced sugar, and the sugar that the wholesaler, retail traders had earlier imported and paid duty was affected by the free duty sugar that was imported then. So, Mr. Speaker, the following are the recommendations that we made, and it is important that as a Senate, as a country, we see how this one can be implemented. One, Mr. Speaker, we recommend that there is need for public participation, which should be mandatory before any gazette notice is issued for importation of duty-free sugar in line with the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Second, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture should differentiate between industrial sugar and table sugar, Mr. Speaker. Further, only recognized and registered manufacturers should be allowed to import industrial sugar. Mr. Speaker, number 3, we recommend that the relevant bodies evaluate the report back on the Kenya commercial commitments with regard to sugar sector and the impact of commercial deadlines. Mr. Speaker, we also recommend that the responsible agencies to expedite clearance of standardized and pre-qualified cargo in the Mombasa and the inland container depot. Mr. Speaker, the traders across board are suffering along that because of those bureaucracies. Mr. Speaker, last but not least, where the government imports sugar cheaper than the local sugar, the government should ensure it compensates the local sugar manufacturers, the wholesaler, the retail traders, to the extent of the difference between the duty-free sugar and the sugars that is locally manufactured. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there is need for mechanization of process of sugarcane production so that we can also be competitive, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present the table, like I have done, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Have you done the 2, Senator Kibiro?
No, I'm doing the second one.
You've done the second one? You've done the first one, do the second one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is report on Standing Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industrialization, a petition to the Senate by Mr. Kevin Doho Masharia, a resident of Kajiado County, concerning the review of laws relating to business premises. Mr. Speaker, this was a straightforward one. We did call the tribunal and other relevant stakeholders. And one observation was clearly came up that, Mr. Speaker, the law that needs to be reviewed, Mr. Speaker, is the Land Restriction Act and landlords and tenants, shops, hotels, and catering establishments Act, which were enacted in 1959 and 1965 respectively. Mr. Speaker, some of us were not born, so it is quite an archaic kind of legislation with the modern and the way things are moving, Mr. Speaker. The recommendation of the committee, therefore, is that the repealing of the Landlord and Tenants Restriction Act be reviewed as requested by the petitioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Senator Kibiro, please approach the chair. I'll allow one or two short observations. I'll start with the Senator for Laikipia, Senator Kenywa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
2 to 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did hear the Senator for Kirinyaga talking, and there's one point he mentioned that the CS for agriculture should differentiate between industrial and the other sugar. So to my mind, I wondered how come the CS is that, I wondered how he should differentiate that, whether he meant he should put amounts that's coming as industrial sugar and the other sugar, Mr. Speaker. Another thing that I heard he mention, Mr. Speaker, is that sugar should be mechanized, and to the best of my knowledge, 80% of the sugar farming, most of it is mechanized. So I didn't get that part, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator for Bungoma. Senator Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did I hear the senator for Laikipia say sugar in this country production is mechanized? Mr. Speaker, I want to support this report by the senator for Kirinyaga on the petition on sugar. In fact, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Senator Kenywa?
Sugar farming is mechanized. I didn't say.
All right, it's clarified.
Okay.
It's clarified.
That's why I said, did I hear? Because I wasn't sure.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very good and important report. It's taking us back, Mr. Speaker, to where we were debating yesterday. The reckless amalgamation of all crop and industrial statutes into one called AFA, and thereby repealing the Sugar Act, the Tea Act, the Coffee Act, and all acts that dealt with special crops. Mr. Speaker, the committee didn't go far enough to recommend the reenactment of the Sugar Act. The Sugar Act, Mr. Speaker, that was repealed provided very clearly that any sugar imported in the country to cover the deficit, particularly through the COMESA window, the importers paid 15% sugar development levy of the quantum of the sugar that then went to the development levy to help develop and maintain local sugar industries. That is no more. And when the Sugar Act was repealed, even the fund that was domiciled therein disappeared into thin air, Kenya style, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support fully that before any importation of sugar, public participation is necessary. We must know how much we have produced in a particular year, what is our deficit, and who is being allowed to import to cover the deficit. Because, Mr. Speaker, sugar is now used by cartels to create some slush funds for politics and all other nefarious activities in this country, and it must be resisted. And this recommendation, Mr. Speaker, should be passed on to the Committee for Agriculture to extract the relevant recommendations and develop them into legislation that will help the sector.
Thank you. I think the last remark by Senator Wetangula could be important to the Committee on Agriculture. You know, this petition should not just be done for the sake of it. These reports can inform committee activities so that we escalate some of the recommendations into tangible endpoints. Very well, we are way past the hour. And therefore, we will now go on a marathon to catch up with the time. That brings us to the end of petitions. Meanwhile, we have another set of visitors in the public gallery, students and teachers of Kirwara High School, Murang'a County. They are welcome to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you. Very well, Majority Leader and your team, we have some divisions to do. So in case you're able to raise numbers at some point, through the whips, you advise the chair so that we can do the divisions. Very well. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Senate Majority Leader. Papers. Public Finance Parliamentary Catering Fund Regulations. Leader of Majority.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 9th October 2019, the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Catering Fund Regulations 2019.
Thank you very much, Leader of Majority. Next is the Chairperson, Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments. Not present. Next. Next is the Chairperson, Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments also. Not present. Quickly, Senator Dulo, if you are laying those papers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 9th October 2019. Report of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investment on the inquiry into financial operations of Baringo, Busia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Kajiado, Kericho, Kilifi, Kirinyaga, Kisii, Kwale, Lamu, Makueni, Marsabit, Meru, Nakuru, Narok, Nyamira, Uasin Gishu, Vihiga, and West Pokot counties for financial year 2014-2015, 1st July 2014 to 30th June 2015. Number 2, report of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investment on the inquiry into the financial operation of Nandi, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Laikipia, Machakos, West Pokot, Tharaka Nithi, Siaya, Embu, and Nairobi City County Executive for financial year 2013-2014. That is 1st July 2013 to 30th June 2014. I thank you.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Dulo again. Give notices of the motions. On behalf of the Chairperson, Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I beg to give notice of the following motions. Number 1, that the Senate adopts the report of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investment on the inquiry into the financial operations of Baringo, Busia, Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Kajiado, Kericho, Kilifi, Kirinyaga, Kisii, Kwale, Lamu, Makueni, Marsabit, Meru, Nakuru, Narok, Nyamira, Uasin Gishu, Vihiga, and West Pokot counties for financial year 2014-2015. That is 1st July 2014 to 30th June 2015. laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 9th October 2019. Number 2, that the Senate adopts the report of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments on the inquiry into the financial operations of Nandi, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Laikipia, Machakos, West Pokot, Tharaka Nithi, Siaya, Embu, and Nairobi City County Executive for the financial year 2013/2014. That is 1st July 2013 to 30th June 2014, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 9th October 2019. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
Very well. We'll rush through statements. Start with the statements and let me start with the Leader of Majority. Business of the Senate for next week.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Orders 52.1, I hereby present to the Senate the business of the House for the week commencing on Tuesday, 15th October 2019. Honorable Senators, on Tuesday, 15th October 2019, the Senate Business Committee will meet to schedule the business of the Senate for the week, subject to further directions by the committee. On Tuesday, 15th October 2019, the Senate will consider bills due for second reading and bills at the committee of the whole stage. The Senate will also continue with the consideration of business that will not have been concluded in today's order paper. On Wednesday, 16 October 20 and 17 October 2019, the Senate will consider business that will not be concluded on Tuesday and any other business scheduled by the Senate Business Committee. Honorable Senators, I continue to urge standing committees to expedite the consideration of bills before them and to table reports within the stipulated time. I emphasize this, Mr. Speaker, particularly the Legal Affairs Committee, because we have a statute miscellaneous amendment which has been pending for far too long, and we need to consider, and this House has made a decision before, that when it comes to statute miscellaneous amendments, we must take it the work of the committee more serious, because it cuts across various legislation that left to the majority leader alone to look at it without the benefit of the committee. It can easily be disadvantageous to this House and to the members of this House. Mr. Speaker, this expediting these reports will enrich debate at the second reading stage and facilitate the House to effectively navigate the committee of the whole stage. Further, we have quite a number of petitions and statements referred to the standing committees. I note that several committees have tabled reports on petitions and statements, which is commendable. I urge standing committees to stay the course and conclude with the consideration of our standing business before then. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you and hereby lay the statement on the table of the Senate.
Thank you, Majority Leader. We now move to the statements under Standing Order 47.1. I now give the floor to the Senator for Kakamega. Senator Malala, be as brief as you can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 47.1 to make a statement on an issue of national concern regarding the rampant closure of businesses and laying off of employees in the country. Mr. Speaker, in the recent past, Kenyans have witnessed the closure of businesses mostly occasioned by unfavorable business environment in the country and the inability of these businesses to sustain themselves. Mr. Speaker, taxation is one crucial element among the factors of production of any legal business in this country. It informs corporate decisions and emboldens commercial plans for any businessman in our economy. It is therefore important as a country that we demystify and simplify our tax regime for consistency of policy and attraction of more investment in our country. Mr. Speaker, sir, the closures are definitely resulting in massive losses of employment to thousands of Kenyans who in most cases are the sole breadwinners in their families. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that all this is happening against a backdrop of a government's manifesto of creating 1 million jobs annually. Mr. Speaker, a single closure of business has several negative ramifications, especially to our economy. The governments, that is both the national government and the county governments, will lose out on the much needed taxes that run our economy. If you analyze this vis-a-vis the shrinking national and county revenue collections, we are glaring into difficult budgetary and financial times as a country. At a time where the government will be struggling to finance the free basic education, free maternal health care, and will not be in a position to fully roll out the universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, picture that parent who has been laid off or asked not to report to work indefinitely. He or she will not be able to pay fees for their daughters and sons. Once the child is thrown out of school, he will be dragged into issues of crime and lawlessness. Drugs and substance abuse will go on the rise. Mr. Speaker, the mother, on the other hand, being unable to service her credit facilities from the ever-mushrooming microfinances, will be met by auctioneers. Her blood pressure and stress levels will go up, and yet she will not be able to pay for her medication. Mr. Speaker, if we allow these massive business closures and job losses, we should also be ready to shoulder massive cases of depression and suicide as a country. Mr. Speaker, if as a country we shall allow rampant business closures, in the not so distant future, we shall be pushed into astronomical borrowing by the national government and over-reliance on the national revenue by county governments. This situation will most certainly halt the development agenda. This is a dangerous path for our country. Mr. Speaker, the country's general rating as a desired destination for foreign investors is also falling, hence resulting in being blacklisted by most international companies as harboring an unfair business environment. Other lightweight economies within our region have already been earmarked as favorable investment destination. Mr. Speaker, these closures of businesses have a very high potential of impacting negatively on the economy, both at micro and macro level, if left unbettered. The closure of betting companies, for instance, has resulted into a decline in government tax revenue, and those companies will terminate all investments in sports in Kenya. Local football has already lost sponsorship worth 600 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of the companies that have laid off their staff in this year include: 1, Stanbic Bank, over 200 employees were given voluntary retirement; East Africa Portland Cement, all staff declared redundant; Kenya Airways, 38 employees laid off; Finley Flowers in Kericho, at least 1,700 workers lost jobs; Nakumat, 800 out of approximately 4,000 employees lost jobs; Nestle Kenya, over 100 employees lost jobs; Unilever Tea Kenya sent 11,000 employees to voluntary early retirement; Sport Pesa sacked over 400 employees recently; Securex Company, 222 employees were rendered redundant. Mr. Speaker, this is a sad state of affairs as a country. We must delve more into the root causes of these closures and urge governments to enact favorable economic policies for businesses to thrive. Our inability to create enough jobs for the youth graduating from colleges is immoral. Our enthusiasm to lay off the few who have been lucky to be employed is sinful. But our reluctance to speak about this and to chart the best economic course of our country is going to be the greatest social, political, and economical massacre of our time. Mr. Speaker, in the eyes of the common mwananchi, companies aren't sending employees home. The government is sending employees home by creating a hostile environment for the business to thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'll exercise my discretion and direct the committee on, it's about laying off workers. It's about jobs, isn't it? The Committee on Labor and Social Welfare to look at the remarks made by the Senator for Kakamega and use their discretion to help this House at least articulate or speak on that issue, one way or the other. So it's up to the committee to pick it up from there. What is it, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, am I in order to say, Mr. Speaker, considering the seriousness of the statement provided by the Deputy Minority Leader, Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker, is it possible that the committee not just exercise discretion, but come back to this House with a proper motion, Mr. Speaker, on how we can be able to address this issue? Because as a Senate, we cannot continue burying our heads under the sand, Mr. Speaker, when this country is slowly sliding into economic depression and unemployment of a magnitude that is unprecedented. And Mr. Speaker, being the politician we are in this country, we are confronted with so many CVs across the country of Kenyans looking for jobs in anywhere, Mr. Speaker. And people will not listen if you tell them I'm just a senator or an MCA or an MP. They just want an answer from a government on how to grow economy and to sort out this unemployment issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I'm in order to request that you extend your discretion to an extent of this committee being required to, Mr. Speaker, come with a proper motion so that we can address these issues widely and give an opportunity to everybody in the House to make certain contributions so that then we can suggest ways of addressing this problem. Because there is a paradox. We are talking about Big Four agenda, which includes manufacturing and so forth. And in the other end, Mr. Speaker, if the statement of Deputy Minority Leader is anything to go by, and what we've read in the media, businesses are closing. Mr. Speaker, factories are being closed. They are being arrested by KRA. They are being, people are being run out of business. The complaint across the country is that institutions of government that are oversighting various issues, whether it's standards, whether it is taxes, are actually contributing to closure of these businesses. So we cannot continue burying our heads under the sand. We need to find, and secondly, it's a paradox that the economy is performing worse when there's a handshake than the time when we had proper political oversight. Mr. Speaker, I think I have to say this because it is possible that those of us who are in the government side have slept on the job because there is no proper oversight from those who are in the minority side, Mr. Speaker.
Order Leader of Majority. What is it, Senator Faria?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think it is proper to say that the economy is doing badly because of handshake unless you have statistics that directly link the performance of the economy and the handshake.
Order, Senator Faria. You did not hear the Majority Leader well. He just said that it's paradoxical that perhaps the economic situation seems to be worse than before. Stop reading politics everywhere, Faria, Senator Faria. There is life beyond politics. Leader of Majority, we have heard you, but would you want to conclude or you're done? Okay, maybe one word.
So, Mr. Speaker, I was just saying, this is a bipartisan issue.
Yes.
That, Mr. Speaker, if the committee can lead us,
yes,
let's not fold our hands like the other institutions
yes,
and say we are not going to do anything. if they can come up with a process that will involve all of us to give our suggestions
Yes.
and present a report to the national government and counties on how we are going to grow this economy.
Yes, I agree with the leader of majority. I think the House should be innovative and should be seen to stand for Kenyans when it matters. We cannot just be here and lament like everybody else. I'm sure there is something this House can do. So the committee on labor, social welfare, take note. What is it, Senator Malala?
Mr. Speaker, just to support what my good
Are you on
leader-
a point of order? Because
Intervention,
we are not debating.
We are not,
We are not
debating.
This is
but,
not debate.
I just wanted to. I pressed the intervention
Yes.
button before
Yes, yes.
he finished. Huh?
Yes.
Just to touch on what he has said, and this is very important for this House. This issue of the handshake. It's very important
Order,
for us.
order, Senator Malala. Order, Senator Malala.
The issue.
Order, you have a very, very important statement from where I sit on the hopelessness in our country today. Don't water it down by bringing political intrigues. Don't water your own statement. Order. Order, members. Order. What is it, Senator Nyamunga?
Mr. Speaker, I think I just want to add my voice to the sentiments of the leader of majority.
Yes.
Because we need to go beyond partisan politics.
Yes.
And the truth must be told. Because we remember, we need to give Kenyans direction on how to handle the whole thing. Because the Jubilee government had a lot of promises for Kenyans. In fact, if I remember, there were over 500,000 jobs per year. 1 million, I think. Yeah, but it was more than 500,000. That was a big number compared to what we are now seeing. So I'm only pleading with the committee that they should fast track it.
You don't have to
Kenyans
plead with the committee, Senator.
No, to fast track it, Mr. Speaker.
It is the duty of this committee, their patriotic duty, to help the country address this issue. And please, let's not trivialize the matter. Even the majority leader himself, I saw him trying to veer off and bringing handshake issues. And I really had to, refuse us to be drawn towards that direction. In fact, leader of majority, in the past, you should be the person on the spotlight. Yes? You should be the person giving answers why this country is going through what we are going. Nevertheless, because that should be the case, should be giving us answers. And it should be extremely difficult for you to convince the House and the country on behalf of government. However, given the importance and gravity of this matter, politics aside, I hope the Senator from Murang'a, you are not in the handshake. Don't bring those political things here. What is it? What is it? I hope you're adding value to the Speaker's direction.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My point is just to give an idea on how can we create employment in this country. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe, yes, I know the matter will be debated in the committee, but I've always wanted to give my ideas on
What is it, Senator Wambua?
On how jobs can be created. Allow me just to say.
I'm on a point of order.
Senator Kangata. You can bring a job creation motion. The latitude available to you is immense, okay? So don't convert Senator Malala's statement into an opportunity to shine when you have not done your homework. If at all, you have some things that can help this country. Draft a motion. What is it, Senator Wambua?
The Speaker, you have spoken for the Senator of Kitui, but I just wanted to say that the Senator of Murang'a is completely, Speaker, out of order, because You have already ruled on this statement. You have committed to a committee. If he has ideas on how to create jobs, he can sit in that committee and give those ideas in that committee.
Absolutely.
Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That matter ends there. The matter ends there. Let's now move to the statement by the distinguished Senator Isaac Maura. Be brief, we are not doing very well time-wise. Senator Maura, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would have asked for more time because of this matter. Pursuant to Standing Order 47.1, I rise to make a statement on an issue of general international concern, namely profiling and discrimination at the United Nations headquarters with regards to myself and persons with albinism. Martin Luther King Jr. said, and I quote, "Our lives begin to end when we keep silent about the things that matter." Mr. Speaker, as a delegate from this House, from the 21st of this month, I was able to attend for the first time the United Nations General Assembly. But when I attended the United Nations General Assembly, I was profiled at the UN, where I was actually stopped by the Secret Service at the entrance, and I was kept for 30 minutes, and I was questioned, and they were trying to get my identity. It was a theater of the absurd, because they asked me that they were looking for somebody who fits my description, who ostensibly was walking around with a screwdriver, which would be able to harm the kings and the queens who are attending their session. And then I asked these people, really, when Americans are actually allowed to walk around in guns, with guns, you talk about screwdriver? So really, it happened, and I got a formal apology through the ambassador, and also His Excellency the President was also apologized for. But what is interesting is that it actually happened again. When we were going to another venue to meet His Excellency the President, I was stopped again. We were with fellow members of the Senate and the National Assembly. They had to explain again. We were followed up by the Secret Service. And in fact, His Excellency the President was the one who was joking whether I am Al-Shabaab, Mujahideen, or the leader of the National Rifle Association. And then I got an apology from the US ambassador here. Then it happened the third time. So really, this is really serious. Because when I had conversations with other people, there's another Nigerian with albinism called Dr. Omotayo, who also went through the same. And when I listened to African Americans with albinism, the stories they told me, like one of them who works as a security officer, and because of his look, he has to hide every time some certain lady has to come into the building because the person says that they get scared. Or some lady by the name of Jennifer who had to be, denied her own children because, ostensibly because he's legally blind, then she wouldn't be able to take care of her children. Mr. Speaker, persons with albinism are very unique because we are black, but not black enough. White, but not white enough. Disabled, but not disabled enough. We are in between there. And so, when you look at how, for example, we are caricatured, the way we are represented, it goes ahead to show that really we have a long way to go when it comes to the rights of persons with albinism, both in this country and abroad. You know, a good number of Western movies cast persons with albinism as pale, white-skinned, red-eyed villains who possess some kind of supernatural powers. So in the subconscious of these white Secret Service agents, I was a typical representation of such a villain. One size that fits all description for all, in quotes, albinos, especially from Africa. To them, everyone who looks like me is very dangerous. And this is the secret of the Secret Service. Indeed, and the question is this: if this can happen in America, how different is it from the ritual killings that happen in Africa against us, where over 600 persons with albinism have been killed in over 29 countries, mostly women and children? Mr. Speaker, such officialdom by agents of the state.
You have a maximum of 10 minutes, Senator Maura, for
Yes,
personal statement, and I think you're almost there.
Okay. Indeed, such officialdom of, you can add me some 1 or 2 minutes, if you don't mind, Mr. Speaker.
We don't seem to be doing so well.
Okay. Indeed, such acts of officialdom by agents of the state bring to the fore the systemic discrimination within the American and other bureaucracies that act as barriers to the inclusion of persons with albinism, whether white, Hispanic, or African American, within the American social fabric and mosaic. There is clearly a missing link to their participation and contribution within society's body politics. Mr. Speaker, that says that we in Africa, we have a great opportunity to teach the rest of the world of how to include persons with albinism. It is our opportunity. We should not assume that just because a country is a superpower, that they know it all. They don't. Because clearly, when those people saw me, they are not used to see high-level officials who can attend the General Assembly and also who happen to have albinism. So really, we need to ensure that we fight that feeling of unwantedness, illegitimacy, and the coercion to apologize for just being there. You know, Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream one day that little black boys would be able to hold hands with little white girls. This indeed has come to pass in our own lifetime. He, however, possibly never could imagine about the chronic discrimination of persons with albinism, are people who are born white, who are treated the same no matter their race, religion, ethnic origin, or societal status or achievement. For in the business of cherry picking, as exemplified by the rhetoric of racist administrations of Trump and others, the resultant institutional behavior of the Secret Service, they are left out as the bad ones, the misfits who are a threat to both national and international security. Indeed, the anonymous desiderata urges us that we should go placidly, that is silently, amidst the noise of the people. But at times, one is rudely awakened by the reality that you've got to stand up and fight for your space, that you've got to fight for your rights, as you too are human, just like your oppressor, who wrongly thinks that he has more rights due to his position, power, or privilege. You've got to stand up for your rights because by doing so, you are helping to educate your oppressor by reminding him of his own humanity and to deconstruct his own infallibilities. By doing so, you are helping to break the invisible barriers that exist amongst us, a people united by destiny, and whose superficial differences must mask the very humanity that we share. As Abraham Lincoln, who abolished slavery, said, "Sinning by keeping silent makes cowards of men." Mr. Speaker, I want to say this clearly, that Africa, a continent that suffered slavery and discrimination, a land that has witnessed the ritual killings of ourselves in so many countries, Africa must rise to demonstrate to the world that people who look like me can have a seat at the table, that instead of being turned away at the gates of palaces and places such as the United Nations General Assemblies, and in between queens and heads of states, they too shall one day occupy such positions and residences to address gatherings and deliver speeches in fulfillment of their human duty, that of making the world a better place than we found it. That they too shall have the confidence and validity to inspire others to attain the highest possible ideals of human excellence and endeavor. Mr. Speaker, I'm finishing, please kindly. So that no child born today shall be turned away at the gates of opportunity, because they are judged to be less deserving and not worthy of respect, honor, and dignity. As Nelson Mandela said, when you climb a hill, you realize that there are several others to climb. Many are the times that people ask us, where are you from? Or stare at us questioningly, trying to put us into boxes that we may not fit or those that are familiar to them. I say to you, sons and daughters of the Most High, that you be fully aware of and are acceptable of who you are unapologetically. If we need to take time to do something, let's do it. If we need to move closer to do something or to see it properly, let's do it. And if we need help, let's ask for it bravely and proudly, showing both our vulnerability and humanness with the assuring confidence and dependability that defines the indivisibility, interdependence, and inalienability of our human rights and fundamental freedoms. We must learn to explore our world beyond the guesses, the laughter, derision, and that sense of public shame and humiliation that we go through.
You need to conclude, Senator.
I'm concluding.
One minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just concluding. We must learn to explore our world beyond the guesses, laughter, derision, and sense of public shame and humiliation that we go through each and every day of our lives. The difficulties that we face mustn't be used as a hindrance to our self-emancipation and determination towards true independence and actualization. This endeavor is not only liberating, but fulfilling at the very least, but full of promise and potential for the exposition of our inherent talents that form the bedrock of our contribution. We too have something to offer. The shades of false white privilege, or the cover that comes with multi-layered identities, the essence of our in-betweenness, cannot be used by ourselves and those around us to occasion the limitation of development of our own narratives in order to hide our ethnicities, nativities, and heritage, fearing the ultimate embarrassment of being discovered. For in doing so, we predicate our lives to a no man's island state that not only blurs our vision, but reduces us to the triumphalist braggadocio of others, in whose ego and position within the food chain is enhanced by our very own non-acceptance. I'm finishing.
Order, Senator Maura. I think, order. I'll give you one last 1 minute.
We have a story. We have a story, that of a conquering people, a story that helps to define the true ideals of human inclusion and adaptability, in the spirit of leaving no one behind according to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. To someone out there who is wondering on how to navigate the terrain of his or her identity, I say to you, do not overlook your situation by amplifying the circumstances of others, for it's always profitable to confront your own reality for you to create a pathway not paved for others to follow. To those out there who are struggling with a sense of belonging, I want to tell you that many times we doubt whether we can rise to the occasion when called upon. But if we can be, we shall be. And if we are to be, we will be. Aluta continua. I am writing this officially as a protest to the UN Secretary General through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and all other relevant agencies. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Maura. Thank you. The House understands the pain of discrimination, and I think discrimination, as they say, discrimination anywhere and against anyone is discrimination everywhere and against everyone. Very well. That matter should end there. That matter should end there, and thank you very much, Senator Maura. Now, we have one last statement under Standing Order 48-1. Senator from Machakos County. I don't see him. So that request for statement is deferred. Next order.
Order number 8, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 35 of 2019, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act 2011 and for connected purposes.
Thank you. Before we move to the next order, honorable senators, we have another set of visitors in the public gallery. Students and teachers of AIC Matiani Girls School from Makueni County. They are welcome to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you. Next order. Now, order senators, I'll apply standing order number 40 as follows. That we defer the items appearing as order number 9, order number 10, order number 11, order number 12. And we go to order number 13. Next order.
Order number 13, motion. Formation of community forest associations to aid in management of forest resources within counties.
Very well. The last time this motion was before us, Senator for Bungoma, Senator Wetangula had the floor, and in this resumed debate, Senator Wetangula, you have further 7 minutes. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we closed last evening, I was reminding the House of the provisions of the Forest Act, which we passed in the 9th Parliament, that obligated landowners, whether it's the state, corporations, institutions, individuals, to designate part of their land with tree planting, either as woodlots or perimeter fencing that would amount to 10%, which would also then be subjected to advice by agroforests. Mr. Speaker, what Senator Kasanga is asking is to operationalize and give effect to provisions of the existing law and the Constitution. As Mr. Speaker, the protection of our forests has been totally lacking in goodwill. It does appear, Mr. Speaker, that to me, persons in authority, when they see a tree, they see a forest, what comes into their mind is the possession of a power saw or a powerful machine to mow down the forest. Rivers in this country have dried up. And I was saying yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that as we were going to Kitui, we were all shocked, those of us who took Machakos Kitui route, when we stopped at Earth River to see what used to be a very clean river, Mr. Speaker. And Kenyans used to go to 14 falls at Donyo Sabuk, swim in Earth River, drink fresh water from Earth River, and enjoy the flora and fauna of Earth River. Now, Mr. Speaker, Earth River is a dangerously polluted river flowing as a sludge, carrying filth, carrying substances that are toxic and dangerous to human life down the valley of the Earth River from Nairobi to the Indian Ocean. Mr. Speaker, I have reason to believe that, in fact, the Dandora sewage treatment plant could be at times releasing untreated sewage sludge into the river. Factories are releasing toxic material into the river. Mr. Speaker, this is a river that is a lifeline for close to 2-3 million people, all the way from Nairobi to Sabaki in the Indian Ocean. No wonder, Mr. Speaker, there are so many inexplicable ailments, hating people. And as this river looks like a sludge, Mr. Speaker, we saw irrigation going on. People are growing fruits. Perhaps even some of the fruits we're enjoying were coming from gardens along the river with all the dangerous impurities and toxic material in them. What lacks in this country, Mr. Speaker, and Senator Kasanga should know, is not the law. The law is there. What lacks is the goodwill to enforce the law. You don't need even a law, Mr. Speaker, to know that a tree is a necessary component for protection of the environment. If you go to Kakamega, Mr. Speaker, Kakamega Forest, one of the most admirable natural forests with flora and fauna, with the, I'm told, species of snakes. I don't like snakes, but I'm told there are species of snakes there that are not found anywhere else. Tourists come and see them. It is being cut down. When you ask the governor of Kakamega, he says the national government says it is their forest. When you ask the national government, they say the county government is not doing enough. This ping pong, Mr. Speaker, and we are losing our heritage, is not good. You look at, when we were growing up, Mr. Speaker, there were so many swift, clean rivers flowing from Mount Elgon to form tributaries of Zoya into the Lake Victoria. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, in the area you come from, those Tushi rivers, those rivers are country with deep ravines through Tarakanithi, through all the way to Meru. I used to go to represent clients in Meru, Mr. Speaker, and you could see very clean rivers. You could drink water from the river. Today, Mr. Speaker, the rivers look gray, others look yellow, others look like mud. And, Mr. Speaker, everybody is just watching. People have invaded forests. Even as we argue that removing people from forests must be human, yes, it must be, but forests must be respected, Mr. Speaker. Whether it is in Mount Elgon, in my county that I represent, where the natural forest on Mount Elgon with caves occupied by elephants, at some point, President Moi, Mr. Speaker, excised 8,000 acres of land ostensibly to settle Ndorobos, the Ndorobos of Mount Elgon, who have lived in forests. What happened is that the 8,000 acres was grabbed by people in authority, and then from the 8,000 that the president had excised, they went on to unlawful excise another 25,000 acres of forest. And Mr. Speaker, with that kind of impunity, and when you look at our budgets, Mr. Speaker, whether it's county budgets or national budgets, you don't see any budget in which, Mr. Speaker, there is enough money for planting trees. Nothing. Everybody just talks, we must plant trees, but nothing is done, Mr. Speaker. Then you get even the biggest scandal. You get the biggest operator of plumbing activities in the country, Mr. Speaker. The person who runs the biggest sawmills, who devastates forests, and you take him and put him on the Forest Preservation Board. Mr. Speaker, how? How can you do such a thing, Mr. Speaker? It is entrenchment of impunity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to read the gazettement that the Forest Preservation Board, or whatever it's called, sits on a person who has consolidated now and controls the entire industry of timber in the country. They have devastated all the forests in Baringo, in Kericho, in Nakuru. I was embarrassed the other day, Mr. Speaker, when I saw our distinguished colleague from Nakuru come here and read a statement that she wants cutting of trees to be sanctioned in Nakuru. Even you could see the embarrassment on her face when she was reading the statement, Mr. Speaker, that she didn't believe in what she was saying. We need trees everywhere, Mr. Speaker. We need trees planted. Science tells us, Mr. Speaker, that anywhere where grass can grow, a tree can grow. When it rains for 1 week, even the asal areas of northern Kenya suddenly become lush. So what are we lacking? Goodwill. Governors are busy enriching themselves instead of turning the environment into something that can protect the future. You have a ministry, Mr. Speaker, of Environment and Natural Resources in the country, and the minister, the only thing the minister will never talk about is trees. They are just busy going around, Mr. Speaker, doing all negative things. It's as if we are at war with each other. What is the solution, Mr. Speaker, if you can give me 2-3 minutes to conclude?
Two minutes.
What is the solution, Mr. Speaker? Senator Kasanga wants to have committees to look after forests. The first point of call, Mr. Speaker, is that the national government should take the bold step of fencing away all existing forests today so that we turn them into no-go zones to protect them. Because when you want to count on the goodwill of the people, Mr. Speaker, it's not working. Just fence off the forests and protect them so that people can learn to know that those are no-go zones. I was an advocate, Mr. Speaker, of people living with forests, living in forests, and living on forests. But we have demonstrated beyond any doubt that our level of irresponsibility in regard to forests is beyond redemption. When people look at forests, they just start salivating as to how many cubic feet of timber they'll get out of that and how much wealth they can create out of it, Mr. Speaker. Ask even our colleagues here, how many of us plant even 1 tree a year in our own homes, Mr. Speaker? We don't. We must live by example, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that this Senate takes the bold step beyond this motion, that next year, in the division of revenue CARA that we'll do here, we obligate every county to have a budget for tree planting. Talk to our county assemblies, again to obligate their county governments to plant trees, Mr. Speaker, so that we can turn this country, Mr. Speaker, as I finish, I said yesterday that in 1956-7, South Korea had a forest cover of 10%. This is proven science. Today, South Korea has a forest cover of 70%. It's not a miracle, it can be done. Japan, Mr. Speaker, has a forest cover of 80%. Down, up from very low levels. And here, Mr. Speaker, when you ask government officials, they stand straight and look in the face and say our forest cover is about 7%. When in fact you and I know it's 3.5%. And it's going down and down. How can we talk about 5% when the Mau is what it looks like? Mount Elgon is what it looks like. Mount Kenya is what it looks like, Mr. Speaker. We must walk the talk, Mr. Speaker, and protect our environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Watangula. Senator Alake Abshiro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to I stand to support this very important motion, but I'd also like to correct certain misconceptions about conservation and how trees grow and thrive. Mr. Speaker, but before I do that, I'd like to bring attention of the House to the link between land and forests. And the underlying issue about conservation, and especially conservation of forest, is land. Article 61 on classification of land states, all land in Kenya belongs to the people of Kenya collectively as a nation, as communities, and as individuals. I know Senator Wetangula has passionately advocated for no-go zones. How do we not go where we own? Land in Kenya belongs to us, forests in Kenya belong to the people. And one of the things that we should start getting away from is a misconception that forests are for government and that people are something on the side that are watching government forests.
Would you like to be informed, Senator Abshiro, by Senator Wetangula? Yes, Senator Wetangula.
This lady, Senator, whom I respect so much and a good debater, that there are two categories. There are government forests that are gazetted as government forests and have no settlements in them. Those are the ones I'm talking about. Then there are private plantations. Then there are individual-owned trees, pockets of trees on private land, which we all own and which we use at will. But if you go to a country like Belgium, on your own land with your title deed, you cannot cut a tree without a license and without your commitment to plant 3 or 4 more. And that is where we should go.
Yes, there's a distinction between public and private forests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very aware of that, and this is where the problem is, and that's why my debate was going in that direction. Mr. Speaker, as much as there's public and private and what have you, we cannot divorce the issue around ownership of land between private land, community land, and public land, and therefore then relationship between these to our forest cover as we speak today. Mr. Speaker, we cannot have a sustainable conservation of forest that excludes communities as not owners. Of course, there's community land. In the last year, in 2006, about 60 community land was gazetted as public forests. And communities were then, of course, it was a no-go zone for them now that it's public forest. The fact that we are not acknowledging the fact that communities should own land that actually belongs to them and are called community forests, because it's not sustainable to think that it's governments to do forests and the people should plant, but then it belongs to government. There's a bit of a disconnect, I find, between that. But that said, there's also a distinction between planting trees and growing forests. A tree needs 3 years of constant nurturing and constant watering and constant looking after for it to become at least to have a surviving chance. And so we need to look beyond just tree plantation to tree growing, which is where we should be going, and how then communities are facilitated. And what I like about this motion is the fact that it has a role for communities, and it's asking for community associations to be formed to look after forests. So at least it's one way in which then we are talking about the land in Kenya being owned and being used, but because a forest is a land use, is a form of land use. And if communities don't even own the land, or if their land is being taken away as public land, then what are we talking about? So we need to look at the connection between land use, land ownership, and land resources, and how then our forest cover is depleted because nobody owns it. How would people look after something that they don't accrue any benefits from? And that is where the sustainable conservation of any conservation of forests and other natural resources need to look at joint ownership, but also benefit of communities and people from it. In any case, these things should belong to the people. Mr. Speaker, county governments, for instance, hold land and other forest resources in trust for communities, for instance. But no community in the last few years has benefited from forest resources. Yet, the forest resources form a very important habitat for wildlife, which brings so much foreign exchange to this country. So communities are not benefiting, and therefore I don't see how, when you have zero benefit accruing to you, you will be so passionate as to doing this. And the approach of government doing it and making people not go to it, or converting community forests into public land and therefore public forests, is not really the way to go. Mr. Speaker, another issue of is our laws. Our laws, especially, for instance, the Forest Management Act, excludes the people and talks of the national and county governments being the sole custodians of our natural resources, especially forest resources. How is it that then the communities will feel invested enough or feel the ownership to then look after forests and to do that. So in fact, what we should be looking at as this House, because that is what we can effect and that is what we have the powers to do, is to legislate, is to then make amendments to all our laws about conservation, to make sure that they include people, they include communities, right at the beginning of within the laws themselves, because you can't talk about national government and county government owning, collaborating, partnering, and looking after our resources, then expect communities to just show up because somebody has said so. So we need to really change fundamentally the ownership of land, the ownership and the inclusion, because right now our laws really exclude communities from it. Mr. Speaker, we're told that we have only 7%. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't realize there was a changeover. Madam Speaker, we only have 6.2%, and these figures keep changing depending on who is talking about this, is that we do not really have a forest cover to talk about. But expecting government to do it, expecting tree planting to resolve this is actually not the issue. The issue, we should go right down. Of course, I think it's a good proposition from Senator Kasanga, and I congratulate her, because a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. We could do that, but we need to fix issues around equitable access to land, issues about sustainable and productive management of land resources, and encouragement of communities to settle and dispute land and ownership of land and classification of land, because these trees will not grow in the air. They grow on land. And for as long as communities don't even own land for them to plant on, then we can't talk of that. I support, but we really need to look at the underlying issues and look at certain conservation dynamics that would ensure that this is sustainable and that this will give us the outcomes we look for. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
Senator for Kakamega, Senator Malala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief on this issue. First, I want to congratulate Senator Kasanga for coming up with this very important motion, formation of Community Forest Association to aid in management of forests resources within counties. Madam Speaker, I believe we all went through geography classes, and it must not be overemphasized the importance of forests in our country. Madam Speaker, I want to recap and refresh ourselves that forests are very important because, as Senator Kasanga stated in her motion, they prevent floods, droughts, erosion, sedimentation, and a number of good things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think it is very important for us as a leadership to support Senator Kasanga on the establishment of communities being ambassadors to conserve our various forests, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is very important to note that Article 69 of the Constitution and Section 5, 6, and 21 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act mandates both levels of government to establish a way in which communities can collaborate with the governments to protect the forests. Madam Speaker, the way Senator Wetangula put it, I think the law is not clear as to what role the county government is to play when it comes to protecting the forests, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a case in example is the Kakamega forest, whereby the county government has got no entry point to conserve the forest. Every time there is logging, it is done by the national government. The forest department is hosted by the national government, and therefore there is no entry point for the county government to even invest in the protection of the same, Madam Speaker. And therefore it is important for us to look at the legislation that will allow county governments to have an entry point in terms of budgetary allocations and in terms of playing the role of ambassadors and even forming these community associations to protect these forests. And therefore, I want to emphasize it is important that the county governments take part in this very important exercise. Madam Speaker, I want to support this initiative of the formation of Community Forest Association simply because, Madam Speaker, the only people who can protect the forest, and we all understand that many forests are vast, and therefore the forest department have got no capacity to deploy enough police officers to protect the forest. And therefore it's important for us to have the Community Forest Association in place. But Madam Speaker, we need also to have incentives for these community forest associations. Madam Speaker, it is sad that the same people who protect Kakamega Forest, the same community of the Isujas and the Idajos and the Kabaras who protect the forest, are the same communities who are antagonized by the forest police, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we will find an instance whereby an old woman goes into the forest just to collect firewood. And she is arrested, beaten up, just because she is collecting firewood, Madam Speaker. I think it is very unfair for such people to be antagonized. We need to give the community incentives. I think firewood is the pieces of tree which have fallen down, and they will decompose, and they will not help even those police officers. And therefore, it's important for us to encourage the police, the forest police, the police in the forest department to ensure that they work well with the community surrounding the forest. We have young men who go to the forest to graze. They are arrested, taken to court, and fined a lot of money simply because they took a cow or two to go and graze, Madam Speaker. I think these are some of the incentives the forest department should consider to give the communities living around the forest, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was ironical that when these communities are bereaved, that is when the forest department pretend that they are part of the communities by donating the same firewood they refused that old mama to collect in the forest. I have seen instances whereby the forest department make donations in form of firewood in funerals in Kakamega, just to try and position themselves as good people, Madam Speaker, and yet they're the same people who arrest this community when they go into the forest to graze. Madam Speaker, we need to be solution-oriented when it comes to increasing the forest cover in our country. And I want to thank the drafters and the people who came up with the curriculum-based, competency-based curriculum, who have insisted and overemphasized on the need of us instilling the environmental consciousness of our children from a very early stage, Madam Speaker. Nowadays, I see pupils in class 1 or grade 1 being conscious about the environment. I see them planting a tree, Madam Speaker. There is even a program in these schools, Madam Speaker, being supported by CBC, that when a child enters class 1, he or she adopts a tree, and they grow with that tree until they finish grade 8, Madam Speaker. I think it is important that the county governments and the national government, through the forest department, to collaborate with schools and finance them to ensure that they implement that environmental aspect of the competency-based curriculum that is being implemented in our schools. I want to believe that as a leadership, if we are united, we can achieve this dream that has been that is being advocated here by Senator Kasanga. Madam Speaker, The fourth point Senator Kasanga has brought out clearly in this motion is that all county assemblies to initiate processes of enacting legislation on forestry functions for county governments, Madam Speaker. I want, as the respective county assemblies do that, Madam Speaker, let us be genuine as leaders. Recently, I saw leaders who I so much respect, some of them are seated in this house, going to prevent the removal of people from the Mau forest. Madam Speaker, it is a shame that those leaders were drumming animosity in that region. They were inciting the members of the public not to be evicted, and yet they know that those people stay in the forest area. It is a shame to those members. Mr. Speaker, forests are forests. Kakamega Forest.
Senator for Bomet, Senator Christopher Langat, what is the information you want to give? The mic, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Is it in order? I just would like, first of all, to inform the senator from Kakamega to get the background information and understanding concerning the issues of Mau Forest. First, we'd like to ask him to name those members whom he thinks that they are anti.
Senator, we don't want to go. Just give the information. We don't.
And then the information I want to inform you, Madam Speaker, is that generally the member needs to know that there is a cut line that shows the gazetted forest and the trust land of Narok, where the people are and where the members of maybe the leaders from those regions have been arguing about protecting those people, are those people who are harassed by the forest guards, yet they are living in the trust land and not in the gazetted forest. He should know that, Madam Speaker.
Senator, you need to be more informed. Can you continue?
Madam Speaker, Mau Forest does not belong to a community.
Senator Milgon, what is your point of order?
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think in addition to what has been said, I think the leaders from that region was not...
So yours is information, point of order, where?
Point of information.
Okay.
Yeah, that actually you are forgetting for the fact that once people are removed from those areas, they are compensated because it's the government that allocated land to them in that particular area.
Senator Malala.
Thank you so much for the misinformation, because we grew in this country and we know that Mau Forest is Mau Forest and it's not a place for the people of that area to stay, Madam Speaker. And therefore it is important for these leaders to know that we shall not allow any compensation for any person who has invaded forest land. It is a shame for this country for us to start compensating people who stole from this country. It's not possible, Madam Speaker, that we are going to be part of that. Let them know that they were staying in forest area, and we shall not allow them to hide behind political cocoons to be
Senator,
compensated.
please, can you progress? Just progress. The point is clear, just progress.
And my point was that let leaders be genuine when it comes to protecting our environment. We have seen leaders who have done commendable work. Senator Olekina, who has planted thousands and thousands of trees. We want to encourage such leaders and not those leaders who go to such areas to blow trumpets of animosity and to incite members of the public against the very government they exist in. Thank you.
Honorable Midgo, is it still on the same? Because he has just concluded. Do you still want to a point of order? Senator for Homa Bay, Senator Moses Kajwang Otieno.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion brought by Senator Sylvia Kasanga that encourages national and county governments to establish community forest associations. Madam Speaker, a forest is one of the best savings accounts for our children. It is an investment in the future, but also an investment in the present. Because when we plant forests, when we conserve forests, we get oxygen, we get clean air, we get pleasant environment for us to exist in. And Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate Senator Kasanga because this is not the first time she has brought a very progressive motion to this House. We've been talking about issues of mental health, which was prompted by a motion and subsequent intervention that she brought to this House. And this is also another very forward-looking motion because, Madam Speaker, many of us tend to think about the things that will benefit us today, the things that will give us political points today, bonga points for today, and not think about the future. If you look at the current act that talks about forestry, whatever Senator Kasanga is asking us to do is not new. Part 5 of the Forestry Act, or the Forest Act, already talks of establishment of community forest associations. And Madam Speaker, if you go to Section 48 of that Act, it provides guidelines on how the community forest associations would be established. If you go to Section 49, it talks about obligations of community forest associations. It goes further in Part 6 and even talks about incentives for increasing forest and tree cover and goes ahead to mention tax and fiscal incentives. And so what Senator Kasanga seems to be doing here is to remind us of those obligations and to find a framework for their implementation. I agree with Senator Wetangula, who spoke before me, that the problem is not in legislation, the problem is in implementation. Because if you are to implement the letter and the spirit of the Forest Act, Madam Speaker, then we would not even spend time talking about community forest associations. We would be demanding from the Chief Conservator of Forests a report on the status of forests in this republic. And that then would form the basis of conversation today. We would want to know what is the status of Kakamega Forest? What is the status of Gembe Forest? What is the status of Karura Forest, which was a watershed moment in this country, Madam Speaker, if you think about the struggle for pluralism and the kind of freedoms that we enjoy today. The freedoms that allow us to go to our rallies over the weekends and sometimes even speak in contradiction of the president. Those things were not happening before. And part of that struggle to open up the democratic space in this country, forests featured a lot. Madam Speaker, the act that we currently have makes it obligatory for county governments to set up arboreta in every town. Now, if you ask a Kenyan what an arboretum is, chances are many of us who came from the village have no idea what an arboretum is. If you look at Nairobi, we have one arboretum that is right behind State House. And probably those who went to the University of Nairobi could be the ones who are more familiar with it because over the weekends you find a lot of students from the University of Nairobi there. The responsibility of county governments in Section 37 of that Act, one is that every county government shall establish and maintain arboreta, green zones, recreational parks for use by persons residing within its jurisdiction. And this is where we need to reconfigure our oversight role, Madam Speaker. There is financial oversight. There is financial statement oversight. There is an assessment of lawfulness and effectiveness of use of public resources. But this particular act of parliament puts certain obligations in county governments. How many of us here, senators in this house, can confirm that their county governments have established arboreta? And I must make it clear, an arboreta and an abattoir are two different things. And the word in the act is arboreta. So before you tell me you have an abattoir in your county, please, let's go back to the basics. An arboretum is an area that is shielded and protected, where you have different tree species, where you have jogging tracks, where you have sitting areas. And I want to challenge my colleagues that in the event that you don't go to your counties this weekend and you find yourselves in Nairobi, please utilize Moi Day, because the government has no idea how Moi Day should be spent. Utilize Moi Day and go to the Nairobi Arboretum. Get an idea on how an arboretum should look like, so that when you become governors in your respective counties, you can replicate what is in Nairobi in your various counties. Again, this act says that each county government shall cause housing estate developers to allocate a green zone within every estate development that shall not be less than 5% of the total area. What is happening in this country? When you are talking about Ruaraka, Madam Speaker, the matter started from development plan, where land was set aside for construction of schools, land was set aside for construction of chief's offices and hospitals, and land was set aside for green zones. In the past, when you are building an estate, you had to set aside land for all those things. Today, no one cares. We only wake up when a school has collapsed and children are dying, and we say all sorts of things and forget about it immediately after we have posted our pictures on Twitter. How many housing estate developments, even in this county of Nairobi, are including a mandatory 5% of green space? Not too far ago, at Nyayo Embakasi, one of the grand housing estates that this country has seen in the recent past, because now we have privatized everything. Madam Speaker, if we can't provide security as a state, we go to private security. If we can't provide roads as a state, we buy four-wheel drive cars. If we can't provide health, we buy medical insurance. If we can't fix the education sector, we don't even understand the CBC. We take our students to private schools. Now, in Nyayo Embakasi, which is one of the last grand projects done by a government agency, because after that we privatized everything, there are green zones that were set aside. What happened is that people who allocated that land, they came, attempted to grab it, to put up concrete. Madam Speaker, there's a reason why that act mandates county governments to observe that 5% allocation. And again, as far as oversight is concerned, we should be asking those questions. The county government is also required to establish, maintain recreational parks in every market center within its jurisdiction. Now, the definition of a market center does not exist in the Act. I would have expected that in every serious center in our counties, there should be a recreational park. How many of these have we created? What our governors are doing, instead of creating recreational parks, they are creating some iron tin roofed structures, some shacks for border operators. That is the idea of recreation. Madam Speaker, it would be important that when people take that very noble responsibility and duty to be chief executive officers of our counties, they should be taken through all the relevant legislation. And even this House needs to understand all the obligations that have been put on county governments. That is the only way we shall oversight counties effectively. That is the only way we shall be able to monitor and evaluate the progress of county governments. Madam Speaker, the Kenya Forest Service was established, and there was a lot of hope that it was going to protect this nation's forest resources and that it was going to increase the tree cover to the 10% that is the benchmark. The Kenya Forest Service is supposed to conserve, protect, manage all public forests, and yet today, one of the hottest and most divisive political conversations has to do with forests. And you notice, Madam Speaker, the minute the senator for Kakamega mentioned Mau Forest, all of a sudden, it reminded me of that proverb of old bones, dry bones and old women. You could clearly see those who possessed dry bones, they were very quick to rejoin and to provide points of information. Why should forests divide us? Why should we as a country have a conversation where one party says a forest should be conserved and the other party says that they must live in that forest? I think we are getting it wrong, Madam Speaker. If you look at the history of Africa, countries like Nigeria, they had oil to steal, and they stole oil. Countries like Zimbabwe, they had diamonds to steal, and they stole diamonds. Countries like Ivory Coast had cocoa and chocolate to steal, and they stole cocoa and chocolate. But Kenya did not have a natural resource. It was land. And for us, our version of corruption is land. Theft of land. And that's why land is terribly expensive in this country, because we have no other alternative natural resource that we can dip our hands into. But, Madam Speaker, there are two things that we must do to amend that act. Number one, the act requires the Chief Conservator of Forests to prepare a forest status report every 2 years. Unfortunately, that report goes to the Cabinet Secretary. Why can't we make it mandatory for the forest status report to come to Parliament, so that we can have a conversation that is informed by a status report that comes from the regulators and the experts? Number two, the Chief Conservator of Forests is supposed to provide a resource assessment report. Unfortunately, it happens only 5 years, but it goes to the Cabinet Secretary in charge of forestry. I believe that Senator Kasanga, out of the conversations arising from this motion, we could craft an amendment to the relevant act so that the forest status report is also tabled in Parliament. Whatever we do with it is a conversation for another day, but let it come to Parliament where the people's representatives sit. Madam Speaker, allow me to talk about this issue of commercial tree growing, because a lot of people have gone into that business, which ought to be encouraged, because every single tree you plant, you are contributing to an increase in tree cover. Kenyan farmers and Kenyan business people, and particularly the middle class that has taken to eucalyptus growing. Madam Speaker, if you look at the financial projections for growing eucalyptus in this country, and Kenyans are very good at assessing the financial impact and the returns on projects. They are only poor at implementation. Quite a few people I know have gone into eucalyptus growing. Unfortunately, there is a lot of negative talk about the effect of eucalyptus on soil fertility, on water usage, and on biodiversity conservation. The Kenya Forest Research Institute, as well as the Kenya Forest Service, they have a responsibility to give this country a proper account and proper information on the impact of eucalyptus on water, on water and soil fertility, and the overall biodiversity impact of eucalyptus. Madam Speaker, if we can get the right varieties of eucalyptus that can grow in the different parts of this country, a lot of young people would get into eucalyptus growing. Because a tree that matures in 8 years is as good as an education insurance plan. You plant it today, you know that if you take care of it, secure it against pests, and you do 1 acre, and there are certain simulations that tell you can make close to 1 million shillings after 7 or 8 years. A lot of the requests that we get are from people who are asking for school fees, people who are asking for support on medication. If we could encourage youth groups to come together, grow eucalyptus, grow pine, grow cypress, these trees that take long. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, 8 years is not a long time. A child born after 8 years, that child is only in class 2. And if you can harvest and make some money and at the same time contribute to tree cover, that is something that we need to encourage, but we can only encourage it if we have the right information that can allow us to push it. Finally, Madam Speaker, in the last rainy season, I visited the Kenya Forest Research Institute. They are somewhere in, I think it's in Maguga. And I found a very well set up, in terms of infrastructure, a very well set up institution. They told me that the institution was built using donor funding, I believe from the Japanese government. It is still very well kept. It still has people who are very well committed. Madam Speaker, they encourage members of parliament to visit them more. We can visit Kefri, we can go there and pick trees and take back to our communities for planting. The trees are not for free, because if you take them for free, they will not have money that will go back to the fund for research. But if you want indigenous trees, if you want to talk to people who understand which tree can grow where, then Kefri is a place to go to. I have a few cases that have come to the Public Accounts Committee. In Kwale County, they decided to plant trees all over the county. Without doing a feasibility study, they just decided, wacha tupande miti. Madam Speaker, the trees failed terribly. And when they came to Nairobi, the explanation they had was that it was an act of God. Madam Speaker,
I was going to give you 1 more minute, but that's it. Senator for Kericho, Senator Cheruiyot Aaron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to rise to support this very important motion by my good friend, Senator Sylvia Kasanga. This adds on to her already decorated career here in the Senate of bringing matters of great importance to the country before this House. This is just part of them. Madam Speaker, Community Forest Association, just the idea gives one an understanding of a leader who appreciates that the kind of communities that we live in nowadays are not similar to the kind of communities that perhaps were before us, the ones that were in this country before the colonial times. Madam Speaker, I have observed a very worrying trend in government where for most of the challenges that society continues to face, government imagines that there can be solutions without involving the resident communities and the people that live in that particular area. Madam Speaker, on many occasions, like today, Madam Speaker, we had a visiting delegation in one of our committees, the Committee on Energy, about this oil spillage that happened in Kiboko area. And we were shocked that a cabinet minister formulated a task force to, of course, clean up the pollution that had been occasioned by that oil spillage, where they formulated this particular task force, involved all the big shots in government, the county commissioners, the chiefs, but not a single representative from the community. This is the kind of thinking that I'm talking about, Madam Speaker, where people believe that the citizen is not properly informed to understand and surmount the kind of challenges that their communities continue to face. This kind of proposal, as is being given by our good friend, distinguished Senator Sylvia Kasanga, gives us a good platitude to understand that for almost all the challenges that this country continues to face, if we involve the citizenry more in trying to establish solutions to the problems that bedevil us, perhaps we'd make more progress than us sitting, on the ivory towers that some of us sit on these big offices that you occupy here in Nairobi, and imagine that we can dictate policies for people living in the villages, that there are people that are short on wisdom, and therefore we need to give them proposals and just tell them, implement this, you'll find a particular solution. That is not the case. That is not the kind of society. And I want to challenge all those who are in positions of power, all those who are in positions of authority, that this particular way that is being proposed, this is how to do governance post-2010 in this particular country, Mr. Speaker. Article 10 of our Constitution speaks about good governance and the practices of involving the people, having them being at the heart of decision-making, appreciating that people know what is right, people know what is good for a particular society. And it's extremely important. And therefore, I allowed our colleague for this kind of proposal, that for us to be able to eventually manage this particular issue of forest, we must be able to see how is it that the communities that live around this particular forest are able to be involved in decision-making, are able to be involved in the conservation of our forest, Madam Speaker. And this is extremely important, that 3 years after the passage of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, most of our communities have not interrogated that document. Most of our county governments, and including even our county assemblies, Madam Speaker, have not sat down to appreciate the importance of that particular provision, where you're supposed to have communities receive reports via their representatives at the local municipalities, at the county assemblies. Let the county governments file a report and establish that for County X, for Kericho, as an example, the taxes that we made out of the forest that are in that particular region, how much of that taxes were able to plant back trees into that particular forest? How much was it used to pay the forest conservators? How could we be able to improve even on the forest cover? Because all we are getting and typical of us Africans, is just obsession with how can we finish, how can we squander the forests that are already in existence. And that is a worrying trend, Madam Speaker. With this establishment that Senator Sylvia is proposing to us, we shall be able to identify a particular men and a group of men and women of good integrity and have them sit in these committees. Let them be the people that take charge and give a special account of what is happening in all these community forests. Madam Speaker, this kind of thinking is what we need, even to appreciate all the other challenges that society continues to face. You know, we need to appreciate that as a country, we are getting civilized by the day. And even the most civilized of societies, Madam Speaker, whenever they have issues that they feel warrants the attention of everyone in the community, people sit down, they discuss, they call out those who are a nuisance to the society. Believe you me, Madam Speaker, if this had been established, most of the forest cover in this country will not have been wasted the way it has been wasted the last 50 years, Madam Speaker. Because if you go to the regions where forests have been destroyed, along Mount Elgon, along Mau, along all these other places, it's not that the communities living there don't know who has done that destruction. They know. If you had put them in a committee, as is being proposed in this motion, they will be able to call out people and say, hey, Alfred, hey, John, we know it is you that go to the forest and cut down the trees. Please stop it. You're affecting the entire community. But what did we do? In our little urban wisdom of imagining that we are the know-it-alls here in Nairobi, we created something called Kenya Forest Service. Little did we know that actually we are creating a toll station for all the people that want to rob us of the beauty of our forest. These people have been presiding over the destruction of our forest, receiving bribes from the multinational timber agencies. You know, Madam Speaker, I have followed debate and I see how many of our colleagues continue to speak ignorantly, say, for example, about the destruction of the Mau and Mount Elgon and all these other regions. It is a lie that people in this country have bought hook, line, and sinker, that Mau has been destroyed by village peasants. That's not the truth. Mau has been destroyed by the riplies, the team cells, the big multinationals that cut down trees in thousands of acres. It's not the poor man with a hack, with a panga and a djembe that walk into this forest and create that kind of destruction. But you know, in this country, so long as you can buy the media and manage the stories, people will believe you. And they think that what you are doing is for the benefit of the country. Madam Speaker, how is it that after the removal of people, say, for example, in Embobut Forest, in Mount Elgon, if you go down there today, not a single tree has been planted? Forest conservation does not only involve evicting those who are invading into that forest. You have got to have a thorough plan. It is an empirical process. You sit down, you plant, you think through the whole idea of how you want to manage a particular forest cover. You've got to designate, draw up the entire region. If, for example, Madam Speaker, even this particular issue that was being raised by my colleague, distinguished Senator Christopher Langat, if we had demarcated Mau back in the 60s, the whole Mau forest that covers close to 9 counties, if we had demarcated it, you wouldn't be talking about the kind of destruction that is ongoing. But so long as even up to date, we are still debating where's the boundary, where's the outline, and all these kind of issues, we will not conserve our forest. But the truth of the matter is, had we involved, and I have seen this come to work, I have visited this particular Mau forest, for example, and I know that in 2017, when the first order was being issued for people to vacate the cut line that had been drawn using the Nyayo T-zone intervention process, Madam Speaker, the people were calling out those who had gone beyond the Nyayo T-zone cut line, for example. And they were saying, please, don't try to deceive us. We know where the boundary is. That is how you manage a forest, Madam Speaker. Involve the local communities, even the Ogiek people, for example. These are forest dwellers. If you go to some of the world-renowned forests, Madam Speaker, say like the Amazon, there are communities that live within the forest. Therefore, it's not a crime. But these are communities that know how to conserve. It is within their cultural aspiration. Chapter 11 of our Constitution appreciates the cultural diversity of this country, Madam Speaker. And therefore, it is not that because some of us do not know how to live inside of a forest, that we assume that everyone who gains access and live inside of that particular forest shall be causing destruction. These particular communities like the Ogieks and the Dorobos, they know how they live, how they fend for themselves. The aboriginals of all those particular regions that I have mentioned, Madam Speaker, they take care of this particular region. That is what you get when you use a community to manage the forest, Madam Speaker. Therefore, even Section 38 that has been referred so much, Madam Speaker, about the Forest Conservation and Management Act, that gives direction on what is expected of each and every county government. Madam Speaker, I want to propose to my colleague, Senator Sylvia Kasanga, to perhaps move a step forward and move an amendment that will ensure that each and every county government shall give a report back to this House on how they are growing forest cover in their specific counties. You know, Madam Speaker, I see many people sometimes speak about Mau. They speak a lot of big English, and I wish my colleague, Senator for Homa Bay, was here when I was saying this, because I wanted to remind him when he was speaking, but I didn't want to remind him. You know, as he was speaking so well about the forest and what we need to be doing in the Mau, I wanted to remind him that in his home county of Homa Bay, forest cover is hardly 2%. The way we need to conserve. Don't speak big English inside of Parliament. It will not do nothing at home. It will not create forest cover. That's what we need to learn and appreciate. That even as a leader, I challenge my colleague, Senator Malala. Don't be passionate about Mau alone. Be passionate about Kakamega forest. Ensure that it is properly conserved. Learn from us the challenges that you are going through in the Mau. Ensure that that particular region, number one, because I know Kakamega forest, I've been there so many times, it is not properly demarcated. And you may find that as human population continues to increase, you find people encroaching. Ensure, put to task the county, specific county government. The same for Mount Elgon forest. The same for all these other forests in Nandi and the different parts of this country. They are barriers. We must fence off all our forests and ensure that there is a clear demarcation between what is public, what is available for public use and what is available for forests. Even on this particular issue of the Mau, Madam Speaker, it's an extremely sad issue. Unfortunately, it has been reduced to an issue of politics. For who is for this, who is against. As we speak today, Madam Speaker, and I say this with a lot of sadness, the situation that is going on in the Mau right now is not something to joke about. Women are being raped. Kids are being thrown out into the open. I had Kenya National Human Rights Commission visit me in my office last week and ask me, Senator, what do we do? That they tried to access that Sierra Leone area, but the Kenya Forest Service officers that had been put there by CS Tobiko and Provincial Commissioner Natembea denied them entry. How can you deny a Chapter 15 commission that has been given the opportunity to look into violations of human rights, the chance to look into the kind of violations that these people are carrying out in that particular area? I want to tell them from the floor of this House that you may enjoy all the power that you have right now, but a day will surely come when you will pay for all the women that have been raped, all the property that has been destroyed, all the kids that have died from pneumonia, carrying out a particular exercise that is not sanctioned by government. Even this 60 days notice that they are talking about, if you ask them, please show us the 60-day notice so that we appreciate what you are talking about. It's not there. These are people who thrive in chaos, impunity of the highest order, because they know it is convenient and they have bought a lie. They have been able to convince people that the discussion is between those who want people to live in the forest and those who don't want others to live in the forest. I am not an idiot. I am well educated. I cannot possibly advocate for anyone to live inside of a forest. But when you hear me speak and say that this particular group of people are not inside of any forest, that this is politics that has been introduced in this particular issue, I know what I am saying, Madam Speaker. And I hope the President will respond to our cries, because I stood there on the 27th of July 2017 with none other than President Uhuru Kenyatta, and we promised those people that eventually we'll provide a solution to the issue of Mau. But up to date, I haven't heard his voice. I want to hear his voice. I want to know whether what CS Tobiko and Natembe are doing is sanctioned by him. It's a shame, and it really bothers us. But anyway, Madam Speaker, a time will come when we shall know the truth about this particular issue. Congratulations, Senator Sylvia Kasanga. We shall join you as you move the kind of proposals that have been proposed to you to the Kenya Forest Service Act. In fact, a final proposal, Senator Sylvia. Why is it specific that we have to say Kenya Forest Service officers have got to be drawn from the different parts of this country and sent to a particular region? Just a minute, Madam Speaker, and I'll conclude this point that I'm mentioning.
We'll add you 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is it not possible to have, say, a particular region, say Kitui, for example, produce their own gallant young men and women who shall be trained at the school of Kenya Forest Service Training School and be deployed back to Kitui to take care of their forest, because it is their rural heritage. But so long as you're bringing someone from Garissa, someone from Kisumu to come and take care of my forest in Kitui, they will allow all the multinationals to sell the timber. After all, it's not their home. Therefore, that is an amendment that I want to urge my colleague to make.
Senator, you know, if you want to catch my eye, you can only do it through the button. I don't know why you're not using your button. Intervention. So do you still want a point of order and it's through? Okay, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I'm concerned, is the Senator for Kericho in order to suggest that people should always just go back to their cocoon and to their land for them to ever do their job correctly?
Senator Cheruiyot?
That's not what I meant, Madam Speaker, and I'd wish to inform my colleague that this particular motion is about community forest association, how you get the participation of a specific community to take care of their forest. And that is why I was suggesting that in these communities, get young people and have them trained at the training school of forest conservation officers and take them to their communities to do this conservation exercise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator, you are satisfied? Okay, Senator for Mombasa, Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Speaker kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia mswada wa Senator Kasanga kuhusu kuanzishwa kwa jamii ya kulinda misitu katika kila kaunti. Mheshimiwa Speaker, kwanza nampongeza Senator Kasanga kwa kuleta hoja hii katika bunge, kwa sababu imekuja kwa wakati mwafaka. Wakati tunaona kwamba kuna misukosuko kila mahali kuhusiana na mambo ya misitu. Kuna misukosuko katika sehemu ya Mao na sehemu zingine ambazo kuna hatari kubwa ya misitu yetu kupotea. Nikizungumzia kuhusu Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Speaker, misitu tulionao Mombasa ni ya mikoko, yani mangrove forest, ambayo inatumika kusaidia kusafisha hewa katika miji yetu, na vile vile Mheshimiwa, ningeomba unilinde na ndugu zetu wawili ambao
Honorable Senators, we are advised to consult at a rate, I mean a voice that does not interfere with the progress on the House or the conversation in the House.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, pia naona taa nyekundu imewaka na sija hata kuzungumza sijaanza.
Senator, and just continue with your contribution.
Thank you.
It is not affecting
Mheshimiwa Speaker,
you.
nikizungumzia Mombasa ni kwamba Mombasa misitu ambayo tuko nayo ni misitu ya mikoko ambayo inasaidia pakubwa kusafisha hewa, na vile vile pia kusaidia sehemu ambazo samaki wanataga mayai ili waweze kuzaana na kuendelea kutoa sio peke yake chakula, lakini vile vile pia kujaribu kuweka sawa yale mazingira ya baharini. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ukiangalia sehemu kubwa katika eneo la Chuda, kuna sehemu kubwa ya msitu wa mikoko ambayo imekatwa ili wananchi waweze kupata makao, na ile inaathiri pakubwa sehemu za samaki kuzaa na kutaga mayai, na hivyo inapunguza idadi ya samaki ambao wako katika bahari ya Hindi ambao wanatumia mikoko ile ili kuweza kuzaa na kutaga mayai. Mheshimiwa Speaker, kumekuwa na mvutano baina ya wale wakazi halisi wa sehemu zile ambao wengi ni wavuvi na wengi wanafanya utegaji wa biashara samani ukulima wa nyuki ili waweze kupata asali ya mikoko, kwa sababu sehemu zile za mikoko ambazo ina misitu kuna nyuki wengi ambao wanasaidia kupatikana kwa asali katika mji wa Mombasa. Lakini utapata kwamba ile mikoko inapokatwa, sehemu zile ambazo watu wangeweza kuweka mizinga yao na kupata nyuki wa kuweza kuzalisha asali na vile vile samaki inaendelea kupungua. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hii mswada huu utasaidia pakubwa kuwapa nafasi wale ambao kama alivyotangulia kusema Senator Chirioti, watu ambao wa asili wa sehemu zile wapawe nafasi ya kusimamia ile misitu, kwa sababu wao ndio pekee yao wanajua ni vipi ambavyo wanaweza kulinda misitu ile na vile vile pia kusaidia pakubwa kuleta ajira katika sehemu zile. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia pakubwa katika sehemu ya Mombasa hivi sasa kuna sehemu kubwa ambayo takataka nyingine ikiwamo ni hatari kwa mazingira, yani kwa mfano zile plastiki ambazo zinatupwa katika bahari ili wale waweze kuweka misingi ya nyumba zao, inasaidia pakubwa kuharibu mazingira ya bahari, kwa sababu bahari mara nyingi inatoa fursa ya kuondoa uchafu wote wakati zile mawimbi yanakuja katika ufuo ili kuondoa takataka na vile vile pia kusafisha mazingira. Lakini utapata kwamba takataka nyingi ambazo zinatupwa katika bahari zinasaidia wale ambao wanaweka makao katika sehemu zile ili waweze kujenga nyumba zao, kwa sababu huwezi kujenga nyumba kwenye maji na wanatupa takataka ambazo zinakaa kama msingi, baadaye wanaweza kujenga nyumba zao. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hii itasaidia pakubwa kuwapa nafasi wale ambao wana uchungu na misitu kama hii ya mikoko, kuhakikisha kwamba mazingira yale au misitu ile hayaribii kiolela. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia tumeona kwamba kumekuwa na utepetevu ama ulegevu kwa upande wa Kenya Forest Service ili kuzuia watu kukata misitu na vile vile kulinda misitu ile ambao ni kazi yao kwa hakika kuweza kusaidia kulinda. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hii jamii ambayo itakuwa inalinda misitu hii ambayo inasimamiwa na county itasaidia pakubwa Mheshimiwa Spika kuondoa utepetevu huo, kwa sababu wale ambao watakuwa wamechaguliwa kutokana na wenyeji katika sehemu zile watasaidia pakubwa, kwa sababu wao nafikiri watakuwa na uchungu zaidi kuliko mtu mwingine yeyote. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nachukua fursa hii kuunga mkono hoja hii ya Senator Kasanga, na tungependa kwamba yale ambayo waheshimiwa wote ambao ningependa kuyaunga mkono kuhusiana na vile ambavyo tuweza kuifanya hii kuwa itasimamiwa na kaunti zetu kupitia kwa bajeti ambayo itakwenda kwa bunge za kaunti kuhakikisha kwamba hii hoja inatendewa kazi. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator for Kitui, Senator Wambua Enoch Kioi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice in supporting the motion by my sister, Senator Sylvia Kasanga. Madam Speaker, it has been said by the Senator of Homa Bay and the Senator of Kericho that Kasanga has brought very progressive motions on the floor of this House, and this is one of them. She will be remembered for the motion on mental health, and the other day on setting standards for the construction and maintenance of roads in our counties. I want to congratulate her and thank her for bringing this motion on the establishment of community associations to take charge of forests across this country. Madam Speaker, in and of itself, this is a motion that seeks to bring communities at the center of environmental conservation. And I think that has been one of the most missing gaps or links in environmental conservation in this country. That the conservation of environment and the preservation of our forests has been conducted in such a way that these are decisions taken at boardrooms in the cities, and then implementation is supposed to take place in the rural settings. And that has not worked, it will not work. Madam Speaker, to be remembered that even long before Senator Kasanga maybe thought about this motion, when we went to school, we used to have the 4K clubs, where students would come together and help in growing, not planting, trees and some foodstuffs. But somehow that has faded away. Nothing much is happening in schools in terms of the conservation of the environment, and especially the whole issue of afforestation. But, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the impression created by some politicians that communities are at war with the environment is a wrong impression, perhaps aimed at other motives that are not pure. Madam Speaker, we know that across the globe, communities have lived in harmony with their environment. There are indigenous communities that live within forests, not just in Kenya or in this region, but all over the world. In our country, we know very well that the Ogieks have done very well in conserving the environment and forests where they live. In Australia, the story of the Aborigines can be told. The Red Indians in the United States of America. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to thank Senator Kasanga, because what she is trying to help us do as a country is to realize that communities are actually the answers to the problems that we are facing in conserving our environment and doing serious and sustainable afforestation. Once we acknowledge that, Madam Speaker, then we will be able to make bold steps in ensuring we achieve acceptable forest covers. And Madam Speaker, the issue of environment is so important that the drafters of our Constitution thought that it should occupy they would dedicate an entire chapter on land and environment, Chapter 5 of the Constitution. And I'm very interested, Madam Speaker, in Part 2 of Chapter 5 of the Constitution, when it talks about the obligations in respect of the environment. Madam Speaker, important as it is that we have captured the issue of environmental conservation in our Constitution, I take great exception to the low standards that we have set for ourselves as a nation in terms of conserving our environment, and especially the whole issue of afforestation. Article 69 of the Constitution, 1B, talks about working towards achieving and maintaining a tree cover of at least 10% of the land area in Kenya. Madam Speaker, progressive nations of the world have moved beyond these percentages of forest cover. 10% is so low a percentage that even if we achieve it, the negative impact and effects of global warming will continue to affect us as a nation. Madam Speaker, I also want to debunk the thought, and my colleague, Senator for Kericho, has put it very well, that it is not the peasant farmer carrying a panga or a jembe who is responsible for the destruction of our environment and our forests in this country. It is multinational organizations working very closely with the Kenya Forest Service. And Madam Speaker, at that point, I also want to say that it is a pity, actually, that the wrong impression has been created that when we are talking about conserving our forests, the KFS should be sitting on our side and pointing fingers at the people who are destroying forests. Because, Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is that the Kenya Forest Service is culprit number one in the destruction of forests in this country. They should be seated on the side of the people we are accusing of destroying our forests. Because the question to ask, Madam Speaker, is, by the time we were reducing Mau Forest to what it is today, where was KFS? By the time the Narok Forest was Mau Narok was being destroyed and reduced to where it is today, where was the KFS? And Madam Speaker, you go further and ask yourself, when these communities that have gone to live in forests, the time they were getting in there, who is it that gazetted the establishment of chief camps in those forests? Who allowed the establishment of schools in those forests? Because these schools did not just happen on the people. They were registered. There was a process. You can't just wake up in the morning and decide that there are people here that we don't know where they have come from and they should leave. I support wholeheartedly the spirit of conserving our forests. But as we do it, we must have a human face to this exercise, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say that the responsibility for the establishment of these community associations for the conservation of forests should not lie at the KFS or the national government, but county governments. Every county government must be held to account on the resources that they are channeling towards environmental conservation. And Madam Speaker, it will be remembered that not very long a time ago, the former President of the Republic of Kenya, Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, came up with a slogan on conserving our forests, that when you cut one tree, you plant two. Madam Speaker, county governments have a responsibility to the environment and to the future on serious afforestation programs in all areas that are gazetted as forest land in counties. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I support.
Honorable Senator, I didn't expect you to conclude your deliberation without congratulating somebody in your county which did a lot of work, because when I was in Kitui, I saw a lot of tree planting some years back. There's a lot of afforestation in Kitui County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for reminding me to actually congratulate, and I think you're talking about my friend who has won a lot of awards and global recognition, the founder and chairman of Green Africa Foundation, Dr. Isaac Kalua. He has done a tremendous job in trying to conserve and reforest Kitui County. But I can tell you for sure, Madam Speaker, that the effects of deforestation in Kitui are really a disaster. When I was growing up, Madam Speaker, we used to have, and the Senate was there just a few weeks ago. What the senators saw in Kitui is not what we grew up in. Kitui used to be covered by some very green areas. And because of this illegal business of the charcoal trade, a lot of our forests have been destroyed. But there are efforts by individual Kenyans to reforest and to make sure that we return the cover to what it is supposed to be. And Madam Speaker, let me conclude by saying that personally, as a senator of Kitui County, in the last season, I said I want to lead this campaign by example. I planted 6,000 trees and another 1,000 fruit trees. I have not been very successful because of rain failure, because I've lost quite a number of those trees. But I think as leaders, we also need to establish private forests where when we talk to people about conserving the environment and growing trees, they can look back in our compounds, in our farms, and say, he is telling us to do this because he has done it and it is possible to be done in our county. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator for Bomet, Senator Langat, Christopher Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me this particular opportunity to make my contribution on this very important motion from Senator Kasanga. It is very important, Madam Speaker, and I would like to support it fully. 3 days ago, we were coming from Zambia. And I want to tell you, Madam Speaker, in this particular house, that the certification in Zambia is so alarming, simply because of the messes and the lack of implementation of policy issues that is leading the country into a desert. And I want to say that community involvement at an implementation level of any law or any policy is very important, Madam Speaker. For example, I come from Bomet, Kericho area. The greatest challenge is involvement of the communities around when it comes to matters to do with handling of forests or trees generally. When around 1980s, 1979 there, that particular artificial forest you can see in Kericho, Madam Speaker, was being planted by that particular time. It succeeded so much to that level because the communities were involved. The government land was given free of charge to the people surrounding those particular places to plant their crops, and then they were given seedlings to grow as they also grow their crops. By doing so, weeding, whenever they were adding fertilizers to their crops, at the same time, the seedlings benefited. That particular project succeeded so much. The worst part of it came recently when it comes to logging, or rather harvesting. The communities were so much annoyed that people who were coming to harvest the forest were foreigners. They didn't know anything about them. They just came, logged the forest. Whenever they were asked by the communities around, they were just only showing the permits from the central headquarters, that is from the Ministry of Environment. And these people from the ministry were so much corrupt that they could not even go down to the forest. You just pay for them here. Those who are harvesting the trees paid for them here, and they came down there and harvested more than even what they had paid for. So I want to say that if the community had been involved, if they had become the first one to be asked to pay for harvesting, they would have appreciated even when it comes to the time of planting the same trees. So this particular issue of ignoring or neglecting the communities around is what is contributing very much to the deterioration of the forest in this particular country. I also come from Bomet, which is surrounded by another forest, Chibalungu Forest. The government, for the last, I think, 8 years ago, allowed also the harvesting of this particular forest, and I think it was the county of Bomet last year when we engaged ourselves purposely to plant some 2,000 trees. Otherwise, the largest or the massive part of this particular government forest has not been planted even with a single tree up to today. What the forest guards are doing in that particular area, Madam Speaker, is to hire the land for grazing, which has even made it worse. It's so interesting. And even they don't issue permits for this particular people who are grazing in the government lands. You just give them money, which that money does not reach anywhere, and they continue and they allow people to graze. So I think there is a lot of mismanagement, misconception, and misunderstanding of the forest issues in this particular country. And I am so sure, if today the government allows people from, or actually involve the communities surrounding Chebalungu Forest today to plant trees and their crops, which are friendly to the forest, as that particular forest start growing, no one will touch those particular forests. So this particular motion that actually seek the involvement of the communities in reforestation or actually planting trees and taking care of forests in this country is very important. Another thing, Madam Speaker, is when it comes to the issues to do with, for example, chasing people out of the so-called, in some places, forest. I would have wished actually to clarify to some people that the issue of forest settlement in this particular country has become misconceived so much and politicized that people have failed to understand the actual thing that is going on. The issue to do with the Mao forest, in fact, I would like to shed light on this particular area, a little bit of it. And I would have wished all the politicians, not only those who come from Mao region, are involved. I would wish that even we take it as a petition in this particular house so that we may involve members of the Senate from other places to go down there and actually find out facts concerning those particular places. These are the particular people who are encouraged after, during the colonial period, for example, the white men sent away these people to living into the forest so that their land was used for the multinational companies. Thereafter, when the new government came, after independence, those who had powers took over those particular settlement, white man settlement areas and continued to encourage the people to live in Mao Forest. They even used some ways to make sure that those people could acquire some title deeds in Mao Forest so that they could forget the land they had taken away from them. However, what we know as facts, Madam Speaker, is that the 23 blocks in Mao Forest is actually land which is gazetted as a government land. Otherwise, the rest of the land is Narok, is trust land for the former Narok County Council, and the owners of those particular land had sold to some people, and those people have got title deeds. So to mistaken this particular, actually, if we continue misconception, if we continue working on ignorance and blaming some communities, this problem will never be solved. Well, I was teaching actually even in university that the best way of solving a problem is identifying the actual cause of a problem. What is the actual problem? So it is very important, Madam Speaker, that as we are handling this particular important motion, we should actually not engage politics of Mount Forest, politics involving other places, as a way of getting a ticket to actually demonizing some rights of some leaders of some regions in fighting for the rights of some of their people. I would also like to say that another issue that I would like to encourage Senator Kazanga to add on this particular very important motion is the issue of supporting Forest Research Foundation. This particular country, I want to say there are some very important institutions, Madam Speaker, that have been ignored completely. Yesterday I talked about how much the government has ignored the Tea Research Foundation, to the point that the farmers have continued for a long time dwelling and planting traditional crops that no longer support their economic value at this point of time. I would like to say that Forest Research Foundation or institutions should be encouraged so that we get the right seedlings for the right places. For example, we were talking the other day with Senator Ongeri, and I was actually appreciating him and his county because of how forested Kisii region is. And he was telling me the particular trees, the eucalyptus trees that they have planted in Kisii, are so harmful to that particular region. instead of being a support to the region. In fact, the trees that they have planted have consumed water. The trees they have planted are actually affecting the crops in that particular region. If actually we had proper forest research foundation that could be going around the country advising people appropriately on the right trees to plant in particular places, these particular messes could not be there. Currently also we are facing the same problem in Bomet County. Most of the trees which are consuming a lot of water, like eucalyptus trees, have been planted even in water sources areas, and now they are actually contributing negatively and heavily on the environment than being a support to the environment. So I would like to say that establishment of a strong forest research institution is very important when it comes to supporting this particular motion. As I want to finish, Madam Speaker, we should also emphasize on policies to do with construction. I have visited some countries whereby construction is no longer, construction of building using wood is no longer encouraged. People have gone metal construction, but you see, we are still traditional that every building we must engage trees. And you know, coupled with the poverty rates in our country, you cannot tell somebody not to harvest these particular trees simply because of a policy or anything like that. Poverty is what has been encouraging people to cut down their trees, to educate their children, and so forth. So I would like to say that there are several policies that should be encouraged and also support people against poverty, so that trees that we have planted may be secured in various places that we come from. So I want to say that I support this particular very important motion, Madam Speaker, and also support what other speakers have spoken before me, and say that other areas, as I was also talking about this, like Baringo. Baringo was very much desert in the 1980s, and this one, I would have wished Senator Kajwang was around, that there is a time when the former President Moi used the same research to establish some particular seedlings that to date has covered very positively most of the Baringo region, which was totally a desert. So we'd like to encourage also people like Senator Kajwang to support people in Homa Bay to grow a lot of trees. In fact, Homa Bay is more desert than any ever. And wherever he speaks about tree planting, we are wondering actually which type of trees has he encouraged in Homa Bay as compared to some areas there we come from. So they should lead in this particular exercise so that Homa Bay also become another Mau and become more green than any other place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Now, Honorable Senators, we have like less than 15 minutes. We have only 15 minutes, or less than 15 minutes. You know, a motion like this one normally is timed for only 3 hours. And the time is lapsing at exactly 6 o'clock. But at the same time, I want to be fair to the rest of senators who want to add their voice to this motion, that please take like about 4 minutes each. I'm going to give each and every one of you time, but take only 4 minutes because we must conclude this conversation by 6 o'clock, or 1 minute per 6 o'clock. Senator Matsitsa Naomi Shionga, 3 minutes only, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity and to talk or to contribute on this motion. And I want to congratulate Senator Kasanga for coming up with this motion on formation of Community Forest Association to aid in management of forest resources within counties. Madam Speaker, as I support this motion, I look at the so many advantages that we get from our forests. And some of the advantages my colleagues have mentioned, I would like to say that forests are made of trees. And the trees, really, if you look at the old, in the old days, most of the trees were treated like medicine, and some are even being used as medicine currently. Other benefits of these forests are like they are habitats to our wild animals. We have forests being a source of rain. We have prevention of soil erosion. Admiration of forests, when forests are covering a wider area of land, it becomes, when you associate with such, then you really feel like forests, when you have land that is covered with forests, is a place to live or a place to stay. Madam Speaker, I support this particular motion because the act that is in place that people are ignoring nowadays, that makes provision for the conservation and management of public, community and private forests and areas of forest land that require special protection. This one defines the rights of forests and we need to respect it. Madam Speaker, this act has a special objective to ensure long-term forest productivity and conservation through resources that we need to prompt reforestation. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have talked about the earlier days when we used to have government that mattered or took care of forests, especially when my colleague was saying, when you plant one, when you cut one, plant two. We take an environment where all people are involved in this activity, then it is an added advantage to our country. We need actually to support our national and our county government that needs to be involved in this to reserve the conservation of these forests. The challenges that we get when we have deforestation, they are alarming. We are now wasting time, we are wasting a lot of money, government money, attending conferences on climate change. And all this is brought about by what we call deforestation or destruction of our forest. It is the highest time we need to adopt this motion and we ensure that, and I applaud Senator Kasanga so much, let us work on afforestation than deforestation.
It will eat on other people, other senators' time, but just give her 1 more minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need actually to adopt this motion, and I remember in Kakamega, we have a forest, the only tropical forest in East and Central Africa. This forest gives us rain throughout the year. And whereas other people are fighting against having forests in their areas, it is the highest time they also need to know that forest has advantages, more advantages than disadvantages. It's only for them to realize this and make it. I support Madam Speaker, and I urge Senator Kasanga to work toward making sure that this motion has been put into a bill that will emphasize on the importance of this act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Milgo Alice Chepkorir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this time to also add my voice. And I wish on the onset to thank Senator Sylvia Kasanga for bringing such a wonderful motion. Madam Speaker, formation of Community Forest Association will go a long way in actually assisting in terms of conserving forests. Our Constitution of Kenya 2010, Madam Speaker, actually obligated the state to increase the forest cover by 10%. But as things are standing right now, forest cover in Kenya is barely, even at 4% in other areas, even it is below that. And the major reason is issues of implementation. I am sure if the community was informed, community forest associations were informed, would have gone a long way in ensuring, or rather increasing this cover. Madam Speaker, when we talk about this community forest association, here we are recognizing the rights of a community to actually manage their own affairs as we are doing in devolution, where county governments are doing very well right now. Madam Speaker, this will in this case go a long way in ensuring that much of the forest that is still there is actually conserved, particularly when we've included the people. And in this case, once we even engage the county governments, not only to set aside funding, to also even engage the environmental department of those particular counties to go around sensitizing the people on the importance of forest. If people are sensitized on issues of forest cover, I'm sure would have been able to conserve many of the trees in Kenya, Madam Speaker. Forests, we do know that the reason why we have challenges of climate change is because of the fact that we have reduced the otherwise flourishing trees to nothing, Madam Speaker, and therefore the result is seasonal rains that are even causing floods. Yet, if trees are conserved, they are not only for aesthetic value, they are even for in this case, providing homes to the wildlife, the fauna and flora. And in addition to that one, it even purifies the air, Madam Speaker, so that people can live in better environments. Some of the diseases that we are even encountering right now is because we have cleared the forest, Madam Speaker, to the extent that we are now very much exposed. I want to say that the reason, or rather the many challenges that we have right now is because of the various acts. We have the Community Forest Association Acts. We even have the Water Resource Use Act in this case, which these two acts in this case are speaking to the issue of conserving forests, Madam Speaker. And in this case, I think this is high time when these acts should be looked into to ensure that we actually assign specific responsibilities to these different bodies so that in this case we shall have better management. I want to say that Land Commission is also to blame for what we are realizing right now. We are talking very much about the issue of Mao Forest. And if you look at the people inhabiting Mao Forest,
Senator, it may not be possible to add you a minute. Senator Wako, will you be able to spend only 2 minutes? Just finish. Okay, finish.
Okay, so I was saying the challenge that we're having right now is because of the Land Commission that actually played around with issues of assigning title deeds to maybe illegal settlers, and right now we are dealing with issues of humanitarian grounds. So I think these people should as well be settled like other IDPs so that we can conserve those particular forests, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, due to shortage of time, I'll conclude and actually say I support.
No, we are not doing any interruptions. We need to give Senator Wako. Senator Wako, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important motion on formation of Community Forest Association to aid in management of forest resource within counties. As I also thank Senator Sylvia for coming up with this very important motion, which is not only helpful to us, but to the entire nation. Madam Speaker, very quickly, I want to say that in Kenya, we have lost a lot, and we know that we have not taken care of the resources that God has given us. So through the forest, you know, we can be able to prevent floods, drought, and soil erosion. Today in my county, we have lost so many animals as a result of flood, because previously we have been complaining of drought, but now we are mourning because we have lost almost all our animals because of the floods. That is because we have not taken care of our resources, and especially the forest. And therefore, I support this very important bill. A lot of deforestation has taken place, timber extraction, illegal logging.
Senator, if you want to, you may want to correct, it is a motion and not a bill.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, the motion, this very important motion, I'm sorry about that. And as I was saying, we have lost a lot in the past, and through the counties, because I just want to go to the conclusion, through the counties we can be able to revive, and if the counties can take up the responsibility of planting trees, we introduce in all our schools and declare a day where we can plant our trees and also see how we can prevent and protect the existing trees in our forest, then we can be able to recover. We have lost a lot as a country. We have lost our history because in the past, from the forest, we used to have fruits, wild fruits that are even medicinal. We even used to have the trees that are medicinal. But today, many traditional doctors have even nowhere to turn to because we have destroyed all the resources that God has given us. So it needs our attention and the entire nation to act so that we can bring back the glory that has always been there. Kenya is a very beautiful country, blessed in many ways, but unfortunately, we have destroyed everything that God has given us because we have not taken care of our resources. I thank you and I support the motion.
Honorable Senators, that brings us to the end of debate on this motion, and we'll now call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Let me start by thanking all the senators who have contributed to this motion. Indeed, way beyond my expectation. I've gotten a lot of in-depth knowledge and information beyond what I expected. I am grateful. I'm grateful for all the wonderful comments from the senators towards this effort, a concerted effort from a few stakeholders, as well as the team in my office to put together this motion. I am deeply, deeply grateful. And also an appreciation to the leaders who have taken their time to make an effort towards planting of trees. Well, let me commend them as well. I know besides Senator Wambua, Senator Kabaka has a foundation he's also working with, and they're going around planting trees around schools in Machakos County, and I want to appreciate that as well. Madam Speaker, in replying, the effects of global warming cannot be understated, and climate change. And the importance of how central the tree is also cannot be understated. And the effects of global warming, we as a country, we cannot handle those effects. We have seen flooding that has cost Kenyans billions of shillings, and loss of lives, which we cannot replace. We don't have the capacity. We have seen diseases, and now we should be expecting more diseases, considering our temperatures have gone up and our climate has significantly changed. As you have heard from some of the senators, in the 80s, the climate was very different from it is today. Those days we could anticipate weather changes. These days we cannot. And that's why sometimes when it rains, we get the flash floods that cause death and destruction. Madam Speaker, this country, we have no capacity to handle disaster. We have seen it time and again, year in and year out. We cannot handle disaster. We've been unable to manage our risks. And with the change in climate, it becomes even more paramount. If we are going to have a future to leave this country to our young people, then we have a duty as leaders to spearhead the conversation on trees, and more importantly, take this conversation to the lips of every Kenyan. And the best way to do that is to have the forest associations in place. We need them empowered, and we need Kenyans to understand the importance of planting a tree, taking care of it, and conserving it. As Senator Wambua said, and I also said it at the beginning of this, when we were young, there was a policy from government that you cut one tree, you plant two. Senator Wetangula has given examples of more progressive countries where you live within a 70% tree cover, South Korea and Japan. That's practically living in a forest. And it actually made me think that then indeed we need to understand, we need Kenyans to understand when we talk about issues of forest and living within forests, that people can actually live in forests. But the question is, do they understand the value of the tree that they're living next to? Maybe that is a conversation we need to be having as we are talking about protecting our water towers, which I mentioned at the beginning. And this issue, I know Senator Habshiro was trying to have this explanation that let's talk about land and let's talk about conservation as two different things. I think I now begin to understand where she was going with it, because Senator Wambua has brought it up, Senator Langat and Senator Cheruiyot have brought it up. And the politics around our water towers, maybe first the leaders need to understand. People can live next to trees, but they need to understand how to conserve that tree and plant another one. And maybe pick agricultural activities that do not require cutting down of trees, that then they can coexist with the tree, like in the Amazon, like one other senator said. In the Amazon, they don't cut trees. They live within the environment that is the forests. They eat off the environment, and they protect the environment. They use it for their medicinal purposes. As Senator Wako has said, trees are a source of medication. So it is possible to live side by side with the forest. So maybe the conversation around the Mau and those other areas where we have conversations on protecting our water towers, let our leaders take the correct approach. I think that is one thing that today I have taken with me. The Senator of Homa Bay has rightly put it that all the laws are in place. And when it comes to town planning, I also alluded to it at the beginning, Madam Senator. I don't know why our cities and towns are still approving drawings without adequate green cover for our citizens to live in. Why? I don't know. And at some point, we have to take stock as leaders and make the necessary demands. If it means developers have to find a way of making sure every development has a portion of tree cover or greenery, then it is a must. We take again that leadership as leaders and demand these things. In the urban area, Madam Speaker, and I mentioned this at the beginning, take an example of Nairobi here. Our temperatures in Nairobi have gone up because it's a concrete jungle. It's no longer a green city in the sun. You saw a tree, there's a social media clip going around where our Nobel laureate, her tree was cut down. You give me a little more time. Where her tree was cut down. And then you wonder, how can that even happen? Our very own Nobel laureate, who was, celebrated globally over, and her tree in her memory was cut down. Wherever it was taken, I don't know. But that is a sad picture of what this country has become. Madam Speaker, market centers are now defined in the new Urban and Cities Act, and every market center must have a green area for Kenyans to relax. And green areas have a direct impact to mental well-being. Madam Speaker, as you know, I'm an advocate of mental health, and it also has a direct impact on all general wellness of the human psyche and human body. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said here. Senator Zani had ideas on programs, just as Senator Wako did. And, we cannot overstate the importance of these associations, because, as Senator Mwaura said, devolution is revolution. When you take the conversation down to the people, then things begin to happen, Madam Speaker. The cogs begin to turn. There is ownership. Senator Gertrude Musuruve talked about owning. When people own an idea, then it begins to happen, Madam Speaker. Leaders, we must lead from the front. We know trees can grow anywhere where there is grass. So let it not be a question of just the highlands. Even the semi-dry areas, the dry areas as well, trees can be planted. And it's a fact. We are watching with our very own eyes. Middle East, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, they're transforming their deserts in our very own eyes. And yet we know here already we have forecasts that are showing the Sahara Desert is going to increase. Madam Speaker, we should be scared. And we should have this conversation every day, and we should make sure that Kenyans understand the importance of the trees, Madam Speaker. I have taken heed of the various amendments that have been proposed and, seeking a statement through the Committee of Lands, where I seek that then we can call the CS to come here and we can, push further this conversation on trees, and also the issue of funding of the research foundation. That is also a very critical issue, Madam Speaker. The issue of commercial farming as a two-pronged approach to achieving our tree cover, as well as a commercial venture that was brought up by Senator Kajwang, is a very good idea, Madam Speaker. And it is something I know this government is not venturing in. Other governments, progressive like Malaysia, have allowed for commercial farming where people can harvest the trees and make money out of them as they continue planting. So again, we can adjudicate, the government can adjudicate areas. A lot of our land is not adjudicated. And they can be, directed towards commercial forest farming, so our multinationals stop causing political upheavals in our very, delicate dispensation, Madam Speaker. So I'm grateful to the Senate for having had this conversation with such depth and with such passion, Madam Speaker. And I pray that they will vote on this motion, that then we can move the conversation further forward, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Senator, you need to end with, I beg to reply. Just conclude with the same, yeah.
Madam Speaker, I stand guided. I beg to reply. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I now put the question. Aware that natural and forest resources prevent floods, drought, erosion, and sedimentation, and increase water supply needed to generate more power, expand farm productivity, and meet the ever-increasing demand for domestic consumption of our exploding population. Noting that Article 69 of the Constitution and Section 5, 6, and 21 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, FCMA 2016, mandates national and county governments with the responsibility of protecting, collaborating, maintaining, utilizing, and attaining a tree cover of at least 10% of the land area in Kenya. Appreciating that there is need to achieve a holistic ecosystem approach to forest resource management so as to prevent reversible consequences of human activities on the environment, it is time to make an urgent call upon our citizenry to actively participate in the protection of forests and plant trees. Now, therefore, the Senate urges that, 1, that all citizens, as per Article 69(2) of the Constitution and Section 48 to 52 of the Forest Conservation Management Act, be encouraged through the relevant national government ministries and county departments to contribute information of community forest association to expedite community participation in forest resource management. 2, that the national government and all the 47 county governments operationalize tax and fiscal incentives as per FCMA Section 53 to 55 to promote forest conservation and management and prevent degradation of tree cover in public, private, and community lands as measures of ensuring sustainability. 3, that the national government communicates progress towards establishment of a national tree planting week so that state agencies, corporations, and Kenyans can adequately prepare for the event. And 4, that all county assemblies initiate process of enacting legislation on forest functions for county governments as per FCMA Section 21. This, Honorable Senators, this motion does not concern counties, and therefore I will put the question. Will as many are of the opinion say aye? Aye. And those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 14, motion, engagement of community health workers by county governments.
Deferred for obvious reasons. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, report of the third statutory meeting of the Committee on Economic Development, Regional Integration, and Natural Resources of the Forum of Parliaments of the International Conference of the Great Lakes Region.
That is also deferred. Honorable Senators, There being no other business, it is now time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 15th of October 2019 at 2:30 p.m.